Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I am your friendly neighborhood Prax. Welcome to the channel, and tonight is the penultimate, second to last, final episode of the final season. The second to last episode of the final season of Witcher Rogue's Home. Our Golden Age of Witcher campaign set 200 years before Geralt of Rivia made his appearance. And I need to do a little bit of a thing because you have actually 2 points of luck from the kindness of chat so far. But you'll notice that we have a couple people missing. They will be joining us as the night goes on. But we have some friends here, so why don't we start with Billy? Hello, Billy. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Really looking forward to the penultimate episode, seeing what happens. Still under siege. Left early at the end of last episode, so I still don't 100% know how it ended, but I am excited to find out. Little birdie told me that I might have to. Well, I think I'm already an expert at helping people recover from a certain condition that starts with an S and rhymes with epsis. So I'm looking forward to that and playing with my friends.
Playing with our friends is the important part here. Um, and then, of course, there's Simon. Hey, Simon, how are you?
Hello. I'm good. Apologies for the tardiness. I'm playing Kadarin, of course, for the second to last time tonight. To fill in Billy. Some of us were carried by small witchers back through a portal. Some of us might have been stabbed in the guts. Some of us might have turned into monsters. And some of us might be in need of emergency medical assistance.
Cool.
Yeah, and
Some of us, I mean,
yeah. Some of you may have had a small problem, and that small problem being, well, last week there was bonding in the desert, and then
yep.
Small contingent of, and by small I mean like 4 riders of the Wild Hunt, finding them in the desert and attacking them in the desert. And then there was you managed to kill one of them. And then there was suddenly a portal that you could have escaped through. And as proof positive, if I create a portal in a Witcher game, players don't seem to go through the portal in the Witcher game that when I create them, which I feel is complicated. But that's because if we flip over to the other side, Alienor had awakened. There was a wonderful conversation that Ardzo was there for between Alienor, Ardzo, and Brenna. Bombardment began, and while the castle was under siege, they decided to try and determine what was going on, summon their mage because they felt that they would need him. Alienor managed to cast a standing portal, and then after one round of having neither Math nor Kadarin go through the portal to run away, Brenna went through the portal to bridal carry Kadarin and his bleeding torso out. Math came through, and you left 3 riders and their crazed mounts in the desert. And it is through this that We now return to the top of this palisade, where the bombardment is still happening, at last where we are. So, musical accompaniment should be addressed. And Math has managed to stabilize Kadern, and through his magics, help heal him enough to get his hit points back, but not his actually be treated for the critical that he is mechanically suffering from. There was a call sent down for Ardzo, but you were on the ground floor and so needed some time to make your way up to the top of the walls overlooking this bombardment. Which is where everybody currently is. Brenna is directing the guards to respond to this assault currently. Math has just finished magically healing as much as he can Kadern, and Eleanor is standing holding a staff that you've never seen, Ardzo. And almost standing as if she's the focus of attention, mechanically, because she did roll well enough to provide a beautiful bonus to the guards' defense of this castle. A great rallying cry, as it were. So what would you like to do as you come up on this bleeding Kadern? Well, no longer bleeding Kadern. Bloodied Kadern.
He'll approach Kadern. Don't tell me it's sepsis.
What else? I got stabbed in the guts.
Okay, lay him down on the table, please.
Do you want to do this up on the top of the wall? Or do you want to take him down to the hospital?
Let's take him down to the hospital. Let me if I'm gonna crit, I gotta crit well. I got a 10% chance.
Okay, so in this case, I guess Math will help carry. Math and a couple of the other soldiers will help carry Kadern down. And then Math is going to go check on his wife and daughter while the attack continues. And you can hear the shattering of arrows against the side of the walls. You can hear calls for pitch to be poured. You can hear calls, shouts, to duck, get out of the way, ladders on the south. Directions are being shouted all around. But as you make your way into your hospital tent, which is still a hospital tent for another 2 days, yay, before you have to renew it, what would you like to do?
Let's well, I mean, we joked that it's sepsis, but I'd probably have to diagnose it, right?
I mean, it would be to your advantage.
Yeah. Let's do that then. Diagnose.
Yes, he has sepsis. Or he had sepsis. Whatever Math did was enough to staunch, clean out, stop it from spreading, and to staunch the bleeding for immediate moment. But you need, he has not been treated yet, he's only been stabilized.
Yep.
Okay, then let's treat that shit with the healing hands, right?
Yep, you get a +5 for the medical tent and the diagnosis. 25, there we go. That is your first successful treatment.
Awesome. I need to rewrite on my sheet the thing I had for sepsis originally. Okay, what's the number of rolls again for that?
Excuse me, septic shock.
Healing creeps.
Yeah, so you're currently still at half stamina and will take a -1 to intelligence, will, and dex.
Yeah, no, that's fine. It's the number of rolls that he needs to pass. It's 8.
8.
Okay, cool.
Yep. And
So I'm at 1 out of 8.
1 out of 8. So what as you are treating Ardzo, you can hear the sounds of the fighting outside begin to slow and die down. Basically, you're performing surgery at this point, so it will take a while. But the two of you are alone currently in this hospital wing, and I leave it to you.
How does it feel?
Like pain.
I mean, all of this. I don't want to ask what the odds are. But how's it looking?
You mean outside?
Yeah?
Math and I were in the desert. So we kind of missed out on some of the action here.
So maybe you know as much as I know then?
Probably. Have you been up on the walls here?
What have I been up on the walls? No.
No, not as yet.
No, that is not my place. There's been a surprising amount, if you can believe it, in the siege, a surprising amount to tend to.
Well, I don't hear them fighting anymore. I take it probably quieted down for a while.
I feel like that is either really good or really bad.
Let's hope for the really good. Because I can't really help like this.
No. But how's Brenda holding up?
She wasn't in the desert. She just grabbed me through the portal, so I take it okay.
It's hard to think about what comes after this, you know?
What do you mean what comes after this?
I mean exactly what I mean. I've kind of been following my friends, you know? And I feel like it's inevitable no matter what happens. Reasons that we are wanted and reasons that we want to go. This is kind of a crossroads for all of us.
I don't quite know yet. I'm focused on surviving the now.
Well, and that's a great place to start, but when you're stuck in here, this is the now. And what we do is we wait. And when we wait, we speculate.
That's some wise words there, Barto. You ever thought of having it
a lot of
stitched
waiting.
on a shirt?
So, no, I don't like clothes that say things. I want people to look at my eyes.
Hmm. Same. But I was cursed with this body, you see.
Oh, cursed is it now?
Well, I mean, people have gone for it twice now.
You're going to have some pretty nice scars.
Yeah, I would love to stop collecting them, to be fair.
Have you thought about plate mail?
Would you believe that the cloak that Dern made me is as hard and as strong as plate mail?
No. Seeing as how you have been stabbed in the gut.
I know. Do you realize how lucky this other person was?
No, apparently I do not.
No, I can barely remember it. They came at us on horses.
That seems like a really difficult place to come. He'll start laughing. Oh, come on, you that is a good joke, right?
Every contraction that my abs have hurt like hell.
But it was funny. Look at me trying new things.
Yes, but if I laugh, it comes out of the holes. I don't like that.
That is what she said.
Ow, ow, ow.
Ah, we can laugh. Okay, I'm done telling jokes for your safety.
We can laugh because you're sure I'm gonna make it, right?
Come on. There is a chance. There's always a chance, but there's a chance that you could die tripping over a root in the woods. It is improbable. You're under my care. I have a very watchful eye. And you would like to be very vocal. So it only works out in your favor. I tell you what. There's not a lot that you can do while you're resting. So if you'd like to rest here, I can go take a look, see what's going on, and come back down here and let you know.
Sure. I'll just. How did you phrase it? To wait and to. What was it that you said?
You think I remember what I said?
Yeah, something about like waiting and thinking.
Yeah.
I knew I should have written it down.
I had the curse of my existence not writing things down, but now at least by now, my master at treating sepsis. Here, hold on. And he'll go like rummage around the tools. I'll take out like a quill and like a leather bound journal, give it to him, be like, if you think of anything clever or witty while I'm gone, write it down in this.
Sure.
Oh, and Elsa had made me some bread. I ate about half of it, but it's clean. I cut it with a knife. I didn't use my hands. You can have what is left, and he'll set that down within arm's reach of the bed. It's good and fresh. So, you've been through what looks like a little bit. So, maybe some fresh bread might warm up the spirits. I also have some spirits.
Oh, I don't know if I want that in my stomach right now.
Probably smart. But, if the end is nigh, why not? If you hear me screaming, start drinking, I guess.
All right.
Okay, well, shout if you need anything. I will come back with hopefully a little more information.
So, where are you going, Arzo?
Try to go back up to the walls, right? So there was sounds of battle, and those have subsided. So either trying to talk to someone or to discern on his own whether what had happened.
Roll me an awareness.
Awareness. $18.
As you're looking around, you can see that it seems like this current volley of bombardment has stopped. This current assault. And it probably lasted maybe 30 minutes. But you can also, you see around a few, a few of the, guards, you can kind of look around, are checking on individuals. For the most part, it seems like there were a couple bumps and bruises on the guards' part, but nobody was in, no major injuries, no deaths as of yet. With an 18, you do notice you can see just a little bit further out the window. It's like the mists that surround the castle have retreated just a little. Not a lot, but a little bit.
All right, and is anyone up there?
On the battlements?
Yeah.
Brenna is still talking with Constantine and Matthias, making sure that the troops are still responding, keeping an eye out. Eleanor is also up on the battlements, but she seems, when she sees you, she slowly has started to work her way back down towards the medical tent, sorry. Because she is also still suffering from the critical wound injury of a damaged spleen from, getting shot in the back.
Yep.
She looks really good, though.
Obviously.
Not at all like she, was suffering from extreme blood loss. In any way, shape, or form. Why does it keep dropping? Mm-hmm. Sorry, guys. There we go. Don't know why it's doing that. But yeah, so she works her way back down. She's got this fitted red leather jacket and with long tails over black leather pants. And she kind of is smiling and nodding, twisting her curls around one eye, smirking at a couple of the guards on duty. Um, you you notice that she kind of has that the staff that she had when you brought Cadarn down to the medical tent is no longer in her hand. But you've hung out with Cadarn long enough to know that that's not really a big deal. You know, staffs can come and go. They just appear when they're not needed. It's like there's a mechanical spell in this game for that. But she seems to be making her way down to the medical tent.
Then I'll go back to the medical tent, L'Hopital.
Oh, you're back.
Couldn't discern any details, but the fog seems to have receded a little bit, which I expect is good for us. Does anything feel different? How are you?
I mean, I'm going to need to sleep for a while, I guess.
Yeah, things are quiet out there right now. I did see a staff I did not recognize. Is that of any importance?
A staff?
Who was it that was carrying the staff, Prax?
Eleanor.
Eleanor seemed to be carrying a staff of some kind I have not seen before. And seeing as you are a person of magical knowledge, don't suppose you know what
Wait.
that is.
Just because I'm a mage, I know all the staffs in the world?
I don't know, you're pretty cocky.
It could be hers for all I know. I don't remember. I think she had it when I went through the portal. It's all a bit blurry. But I mean, if she does magic, we all have a staff.
No, just as that is a little bit foreign to me. Do you need the staff to channel the chaos? How does the staff help you?
Yeah, it actually works exactly like that. Imagine it's
like a magnifying glass to the sun?
Yeah, I would have said like a funnel. Imagine it like a spoon when you're stirring, like a ladle. You could stir soup with your finger, but it's not very effective.
I mean, if your objective is to stir the soup, I think a finger does a pretty good job. But if you're trying to taste and stir, the finger's not great. And if the soup is hot, you burn your finger.
That's kind of a problem. So instead we use foci. For some, it's a staff. It varies from person to person.
What is it about the staff that allows it to act that way? So you said it's not always a staff, but it always is something. What does that something? What do all of the somethings that help you focus that energy? What do they have in common?
You know what? I don't think they have anything in common.
So you could use a literal spoon?
I guess you could make it as a focus. This is the most commons are often like amulets, wands, things you can hide on your person. Um, the staff is mostly, well, if you're going to travel a lot, you might want to have a walking stick with you. You know, when you're not good enough to teleport. But it's
It is also useful as a very efficient weapon, perhaps.
oh, you're here. Yeah,
Hmm.
for those who prefer fighting with staves.
It is also very. Good evening, also. The answer is sometimes it works very well as a focus, and it also works very well if I am in very close quarters if I need to hit somebody over the head. Multifunctions, as it were,
Like a ladle.
but more violent.
We can put the pause on the utensil talk. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm just enraptured with this idea. Kadan is a king. I so need to know more about this. Is she's going to come and just kind of sit on the edge of the bed right next to the one that Kadarn's on and lean forward and just like rest her head on her hands as she's kind of like crosses her legs and like does the thinking man pose?
I did hear that.
I'm so intrigued by this at this point.
Yes, the story about how I'm the king of the NL.
How's that going for you?
Apparently I could have gone with just about any lie and it would have worked, so right, I guess.
Why?
Eleanor, you haven't spent time with Math. You don't know what it's like.
No, it's not. But I would usually pick something that is a little bit easier to deal with the aftermath, no?
No, the thing is, you know, you want to test the boundaries. You want to test the limits of what is believable.
If I tell somebody something, they will always believe it. That is what I do.
Oh, yeah, but imagine telling something so outlandish that no sane person would ever believe it. And it worked. And I can never unmake it. I tried.
Did you really?
And it's
did
like
you
his
really,
entire. Yeah. It doesn't go away. Arzo, you know Math.
I do.
When he gets his mind around something, does he abandon his beliefs easily?
I feel like that is a loaded question. Math is a Lord Math is a human, and at that, a young human.
I mean, technically, he's what, 27? He's not that young. He's just fellow human, I guess. But you are right. He is young in comparative terms, but you all are to me.
Short. He. You can say what you want about him. He has garnered a very high level of success for humans that I know his age. Not to mention, in the process of raising a family. So, considering that high level of success, you know, you're going to have some blind spots. Perhaps some of those blind spots are interacting with mages. Perhaps if you've never met a someone who went to school at the Bernard, you're in the room with them, and you might just believe anything that they tell you.
Right. You believe anything that they'll tell you. But, Cadell, do you want to be king of the NL? I'm sure we could make that happen if it's really what you wanted.
No, I don't care.
Didn't think so. Ugh. Oh, so what is this thing about you catching feelings? Hmm?
You guys, do you want me to go?
Oh no, I need you here for this. We need the entertainment value alone, also.
Feelings for what?
You don't have to hide from me. I know everything.
What?
About that shiny ring on your hand, darling.
And Kadern realizes he has a ring now because he's never seen it before. That wasn't there before. I'm going to magic training the ring.
Yep, go right ahead.
Because I don't trust magic rings that appear on fingers.
Mm-hmm.
With a 23.
23, it is made of the same material that is made from the hairpin. And it in and of itself is not currently magical.
Huh.
It is well worked. It's well designed. It's an intricately cut Celtic knotwork ring. What is occasionally called the Triskelion, the three-pointed triangle, which is interwoven and interlocked. Yeah, not that way, but good job.
It's three. It's like the Sicilian symbol. Just
No, not the Sicilian symbol, but the Triskelion, which is
It's the three. No, wait.
It looks like spirals.
Yeah, the Triskelion. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's similar in the sense that the symbol, there's also called the symbol for Sicily is also called the Triskelion, but I'm more used to it called the Triskele, which is the three-legged version, which is the triangle in the middle and the three dudes with three legs coming off of it in armored legs. But the Triskelion is also used a triple spiral motif, and this is the ancient knotwork version of that, so they're kind of interconnected. And that's what makes up. So it's like a cut. You have the like if it was the material, which looks very silver but not quite. You know, it's not silver. Has the it's not solid all the way through, and the cutouts are what makes the shape. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So like if one were to look at like a clatter ring, hold on, show. You can see that the shape of the ring is made by the void, the cut space around the design. And in and of itself, it is not magical, but it could be. It could take an enchantment of your choice.
Okay. I have no idea where that ring comes from.
That's okay, I do.
Oh. Was it you?
No. Strike one. Would you like to go for two?
Well, it's certainly not math.
No.
He looks briefly at Arzo. But then the only other person that got close to me was Brenna.
Zing, 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 zing. Success.
Yeah, I doubt my doctor would have slipped a ring on my finger as he was elbow deep in my guts.
Probably not. I mean, I think also if he wanted to, would put a ring on it, but I don't think you're the one he wants to put a ring on.
What?
Oh, that's we're talking about the little accoutrement that Kadern is wearing, and as I said, if you wanted to put a ring on someone, it would not be Kadern.
Oh, I doubt that I would be putting a ring on anybody.
But that's okay. Somebody put a ring on. Well, a particular person put a ring on Kadern.
Who?
Is that? Oh. Can I try to search my memory to see if there is some sort of Metanese tradition about rings and all that?
Okay.
The 17. Because right now, Kadern is wondering what it could mean.
Well, there isn't any tradition in Matina specifically about rings. Jewelry is usually a gift given for as symbols of a permanent kind of relationship. Parents would give jewelry to their children. There's definitely jewelry given from to spouses and consorts, but not specifically about rings.
I have no idea why she put it there.
Oh, come on, you know.
Well, I mean, it is the same material as the hairpin.
And where would she have to have gotten that material from?
Your hairpin?
No, that's perfectly sound and safe and still protecting you at the moment, at least.
And the only other place that I could find might have been an earring. Because, Prax, remind me, the earring that our prisoner had was made of that same material, right?
It's made of the same material, and you did see Kerwin working on a piece. And that he had separated out the curse from the majority of the metal.
Okay. Well, I'll have to thank her when I see her, I guess. I'm not in a state to talk about feelings. There's a whole siege, and he points to his stomach and this going on.
I got shot in the back, but I'm still here talking about these things. It's entertaining. I have to have my little things, no? To make up for the fact that apparently you're going to become king of the NL.
I feel like now is a good time to issue a collective "You're welcome" from me to you
For
for
what?
both of you
Oh,
still
well.
being here.
Oh, I do appreciate that. You,
Yes,
I
but
appreciate. Thank you
thank
for
you.
your medical attention.
Now, I think while we were stuck in this room together, Alienor, if you could be so kind, I have learned a bit about Kadern. Obviously, not the whole story, but what I don't know a lot about is you. For instance, how you and Brenda became so close.
We've been friends for decades now. And as I was traveling through, she needed someone to help polish off a little bit of the rough edges, introduce her to society, help her move in certain ways. We're friends. She did also kill a few monsters at the time we met. It was very, very thrilling.
Okay, but before your relationship with Brenda, what were you doing? Who were you?
I'm a bard. I sing. I entertain. I enthrall.
And I'm sure you are very good at that. How long were you doing that before you met Brenda?
Well, let us see. How old are you again, Kadam? 87?
88.
Oh, 88. Happy birthday. Sorry, I missed it. 120 years, give or take.
And
I need something new.
before you picked up the loot, what were you doing?
Oh, so.
If you give the impression for everyone that you are much older and wiser than we are, like surely we have to ask a little bit.
Well, there was a period of time where I owned my own establishment. There was a period of time when murder was most useful. I mean, I did a lot of things. A lot of it was practical. Some of it was personal, and some of it was working with perhaps a group of like-minded individuals who were concerned about certain actions that perhaps a asshole full of himself mage was undertaking.
What?
Oh, and she like reach over and pat Kadarn's knee. We weren't talking about you this time. I said asshole full of himself mage. You're just a full of yourself mage.
Oh, good.
Well, I don't think he's full of himself. There's just a lot of himself in there. And then other people like to have a sip.
Well, at least he's not full of shit.
Cheers to that. Oh, while we are here, don't suppose anyone would be interested in a beverage?
I will always take a beverage. What are we drinking? You owe me
White
wine.
Gull? What I have is White Gull.
I've had worse.
It is potent.
So are we drinking and talking? Get down.
I'm not drinking shit.
I don't think it is a good idea for him to drink.
Yeah.
Perhaps he can drive the conversation, and we can.
How about you and my cousin talk, and I will interject when I'm not in excruciating pain.
You wouldn't be in excruciating pain if you had some White Gull.
I don't think it would work that way.
At a certain point you will not care. That is a very true statement.
And you might start hallucinating. Also a perk of White Gull.
Also, kind of perk.
Well then.
Well, and also just to give you options, I can make a salve to reduce your pain if that is something you would want.
Let me just check. Let's check something. No, because I'm not even seriously wounded.
Well, you have all your hit points back. You just have the critical injury to deal with.
Yeah. Which is the worst. So no, I think I can go for a light drink. I guess it's going to maybe work. Otherwise, I would need a lot of ingredients to even attempt a White Rafford. But it doesn't really gonna do anything.
All right.
Um,
So, drinks all around. Also, you pour.
okay, so I'll and what is available are a couple of like mortar and pestle bowls. So I'll take the white gull, crush up some mint into the bottom of the bowl, make like some sugar water to put in the bottom of the bowl, and for Alienor and I, pour like a little bit of white gull and dilute it with water. And then for Cadarn, mix it like a tiny ounce, a very small amount of white gull mixed with diluted with water and mixed with fruit juice. So all of the pestle is the bowl, right? Or is it the mortar?
The
Mortar
pestle,
is
the pestle is the bowl. The mortar is the grinder.
So there are 3 pestles. One looks very cloudy. That's the one that Cadarn gets because it's less white gull, more dilution and fruit juice. And then the mint, sugar water, and white gull will go to Alienor and I. Okay, well,
I'm sorry. I'm contractually obligated to say this now. The pellet with the poisons and the vessel with the pestle and the brew that is true is with the flagon with the dragon.
Correct.
But they
Is there a
broke.
dragon on my mortar?
So he'll take his pestle, mortar. What did we decide on? Shoot, I forgot already. Mortar, and hold it up for everyone to cheers. Here's to not being dead yet.
Salute. So everyone needs to make. I believe it's a
tiny sip for me. It's a tiny sip.
Yeah, we're all sipping. Arzo's also sipping, but
okay.
But it is white gull.
But it is white gull, and I believe mechanically you have to. Makes you see some strange stuff. Yeah, it's a hallucinogen.
Yeah, white gull's not.
Yeah, it's listed, but it's listed under the description of hallucinogen. And you need a DC and 15 endurance check, or you start hallucinating for 1d10 rounds. Yeah, it's great. But everybody's sipping at this moment. So you don't need the check yet.
I'm just barely wetting my lips on it because I'm afraid it's gonna reopen the hole, like dissolve the suitor points.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't had white gull before, if I've mixed it right, it'll be a nice blend of stuff. But if I perhaps messed up, it will be a very intense burning all the way down. This is like, so I've had the good moonshine where it sets every part of your tissue on fire going down.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the potency of white gull in my brain.
It's And you mix it with sugar, and you've made it almost like absinthe at this point. Is basically what you've mixed. You've mixed it to the point of absinthe. So she will sip it. But what are you? So what do you want to know, Ardzo, as you're attempting to get her drunk?
First, I want to read her reaction when she takes a drink, like a good cook, like a good chef.
Yeah.
Like painstakingly awaits the reaction of when someone eats their food. Like he's a mixer.
She's okay. You know, like she doesn't. You can kind of see her. It's well done. You know, you see the reaction to the alcohol, that it's there, but she isn't like she stops drinking. It's like somebody who's had straight whiskey before, and you know, is like sips it. You know, maybe clears her throat, possibly just because of the combination. She's pretty straightforward with it.
What is it that I wish to know? First off, it is rude of me to ask, I know, but under special circumstances that we may not be alive tomorrow, how old are you?
It's really inappropriate to ask a lady's age.
It is really inappropriate to be in the hospital and a castle under siege.
Oh, that's just bad luck.
I guess that is a matter of opinion.
But if you really must know, how old do you think I am?
24.
Oh, I like you.
Most people do after a time. Little rough around the edges, but charming nonetheless.
I do like a good dwarf. You drink well, you make good booze, and you can heal people. And you aren't put off by my charming cousin's interesting personality quirks.
Well, also to be noted, we do not disappoint in the sack.
I can confirm that as well.
So, I'm sticking with 24.
Kadown, do you have a guess?
Oh, I go for 156.
Still nice. Last birthday that I celebrated was 442.
So you should be telling us some stories. Okay, I suppose it is your turn. Now pick one of us. Ask one of us a question. At the end of the round, we all take a drink.
At the end of the round, we take a drink. I like this game. I could play this game. All right, then. All right, then. Boom. Get down. No, that seems rude. Also, how long have you suffered?
Are we doing take backsies? Are we doing
no, take backsies. You poured the drink, you asked the question. How long have you been suffering from your furry little problem?
If you want to call it suffering, I think I'm managing it quite well, but exact track, but around 50 years. About the same time that I removed myself from my family situation. Does that make it my turn, or do you want the follow-up?
No, I think that is entirely appropriate. Thank you for your answer.
Thank-
It's either your turn or Kadarn's. I mean, you asked a question, I asked a question. I guess it must be Kadarn's turn.
Does Kadarn ask himself a question?
You could ask anyone else. It is fine. There's 3 of us.
I defer to Kadarn then. He is the last one to ask.
Okay. Eleanor, what's your plan with dealing with your ex-husband?
Straight to the point. I thought we were having questions about getting to know each other.
Yeah, this right now was pretty much at the forefront of all of my thoughts.
I was thinking about cutting off his dick and feeding it to him.
This
Okay,
took a
but-
turn.
Concretely, because he's not in the room with us.
No. I mean, we could have him in the room with us. I'm sure I still remember how his personal taste, as it were. Yeah, do you want to have that, Dan?
No, I want to know what your plan is to stop this because people are dying left and right.
Yes,
and
I'm
it's
very
mostly
aware.
because he wants to get to you.
Well, as of right now, I may have facilitated a few things that will ensure that he has spread his forces a little too narrow and a little stretched. So my hope is that and then I'm going to make myself a personal target on the field of this battle and possibly stab him through the throat. Or let Brenna give him sepsis. Apparently that's the thing she enjoys doing.
I feel like it is a thing she accidentally enjoys doing.
Yeah, it is. So the plan is to just walk out the door?
Yeah. And have them focused on me, and then you can, you know, consider it that.
Well,
Well, I do believe that is the end of the round. Post.
sure.
Cheers. If you continue sipping, you do not need an endurance check yet.
I'll continue to sip. If the room continues to sip.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My turn is over.
Listen, I believe it is, excuse me. It is, back to you, Monsieur Arthur.
I do. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let us go with Kadarn. So 3-time orgy champion Kadarn. Whom is the most attractive person you have ever met? All things included.
I have ever met.
Ever. In your 26 years of existence.
I am way older than 26. I once saw a dryad. When I was around Brokilon and Temeria. Uh, Spied her between branches. I was, might have been collecting stuff I wasn't supposed to in the forest. I know that you would have hoped for me to say Brenna, but Brenna is not a dryad.
I mean, we're asking these questions. We're not judging, right, Alienor? We are not judging.
There's a very long pause as she takes another sip. Of course not. No judgment whatsoever.
That sounded like a really long ... to me.
You asked for no judgment.
I did. Well, that leaves the floor to Kadarn. Kadarn, ask away.
Arzo. What was the worst ever wound you saw on someone that you had to treat?
That lived or died?
No, let's say lived. Let's keep this hopeful.
I want to say 8 years ago, I treated a traveling merchant. I don't know if you have been through my part of the woods when I had my little shack and cell in the basement for emergency purposes. But a traveling merchant got attacked by werewolves and literally screaming, still walking somehow, holding his intestines. His intestines were intact. It's just that the flesh that was keeping them in split where the claws had raked his abdomen. So first off, I made sure that everything was intact, that the important stuff. I gently placed it back in there, sewed it back up, and he stayed with me for about a month, and then he was, not walking quite as fast, but alive.
Very considerate of you, monsieur. Very skillful.
I mean, what you going to do? Somebody needs help and they are on your doorstep. It wasn't a trap. It wasn't a scheme. Sometimes there are those who knock at your door asking for help. As soon as you open the door, they trick you. It wasn't one of those. I didn't really have a lot for them to gain. It's not that I was just looking for the perfect opportunity to help somebody. It's just that I had no reason not to help this person. Haven't seen them since. Alienor.
Oui, monsieur.
Trying to think about the best way to phrase this. Whom do you value more The family of blood or the family that you made?
They're all my family. Well, not all of them. But if I give you that title, monsieur, you're all family, and I value for that.
And that leads, I guess, to a follow-up question: is what does your family of blood look like?
At the moment, unfortunately, very narrow. Me and Kadern. Apparently, Monsieur Alzor has been perhaps pruning the family tree might aggressively, as it were.
Why?
Ooh, do you really want to know?
Why are we doing this if not to know things?
Because of the magic, monsieur. Because of this. And she gestures and lets her hand glow. And you can see like this small burst of what look like flames sitting on her hand, but they're black. Dark. Darker than the night. And inside you can see little flecks. Purple and blue. Little tiny flecks of light. And she just kind of lets it sit there in her palm for a moment, and then rotates her hand and starts playing with it through her fingers. And then blows it out. Because of that, monsieur.
And that is something that... Can you do that, Kadir?
What?
Play with the void, Kadern.
Oh, I've dabbled. You don't want to hear about that. You were there for most of it.
I mean, I always want to hear about your learning and improving.
Oh, I don't want to improve with void magic.
What do you call void? I call natural at times. Through us, we can open the door.
Whatever thing possessed Yonto's dead boyfriend was not natural.
No, but that was a demon, and that is not necessarily the same thing. It just happens to travel through the void.
That's
So,
what opening the door to the void does.
I do have a question. This void magic, is it like fire?
Like vacuum.
Like it's imagine it's not so much something that it is, it's something that it isn't. You can't see the void, you can't touch the void. But the void exists because there are things around it.
So there's something inherently magical about the spaces between.
And if you know how to use them and what they are, or if you are just attuned to it enough.
Yeah, it's... No, go ahead.
You know how those spaces in between are used to open a door. To the places in between, or perhaps even places beyond.
Beyond.
Where do you think the Wild Hunt come from? No, not from here. No, you know how you know what the convergence is. You know how it came to be, right?
I feel like know about it is a good way of putting it. I've heard that it happened. If you were to ask me to draw a picture of it, it would not be a good one.
Well, at least you are aware of its existence. If you attempted, perhaps, to understand the convergence, you understand that at its core, it is layers of alternate realities coming together in a moment, and people being able to pass through from one boundary to the next. As a through door.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and so go ahead, go on.
Now, the convergence in and of itself is as if the doorkeeper, the gatekeeper, opens it periodically, once every 5,000 years, give or take.
That is a long time.
And then there are those of our bloodline, our lineage. We can open the door whenever we want. We have the key.
What is the key?
Magic and blood, of course. And discipline. And skill. Desire.
And what do you do with such power?
Depends who's in control of that power. My charming ex-husband desires you to open the door of have the Enel march in through various places, capture those that they can, and bring them back in their eternal fight. Well, not really internal, and their ongoing struggle against the unicorn. Also because they're a class society based on slavery and subjugation, but there are other things you could do. Other worlds you could go to. Other truths.
I feel like we really quickly glanced over this ex-husband.
Oh yeah, this is not a lie. She is the queen.
Not a queen.
Well, not anymore, but...
I was never a queen, and my ex-husband was never king.
Next
cousin,
in line or thereabouts.
Yeah, well, technically, His Majesty doesn't currently have any children. Oh no, wait, he has a daughter. She's a... Well, last I heard, she was a very unpleasant individual. But, you know, she also ran away from her marriage and her arranged marriage and found some mortal to hang out with. I don't inherently object to that idea. It was the, rest of her actions that were...
But, yeah.
Yes, my husband is the current military leader for the Enel and leader of the Wild Hunt. Again, why I'm going to walk out this door and make a very public display of myself.
And he wants to kill you? Are you sure?
No, he doesn't want to kill me.
He wants to make love to you?
No.
Then what is there in between?
Control. Remember, I can open the door.
And he cannot?
No, he is not skilled as a mage. Well, that's not really true. He has some abilities. Sucking, being a horrible, horrible person and murder and stabbing, all of that, yes, but the ability to open the door, that is limited. That is special.
I feel like they have an innate ability to travel just about anywhere at any time, not much like the mages that I have come to know.
On a plane of existence, but they need someone with a portal and to control that portal to go between one dimension and the next.
So then it was not a marriage for love, but utility and power?
Of course. What other kind of marriages are there for nobles?
Uh, I'm just illustrating perks of living out in the woods by yourself is you don't have to subject yourself to any of them.
I am not going to lie. At a certain point in time, he was extremely attractive and very good in bed.
But
his other qualities overwhelmed those. And I don't like to be limited and forced to do something. So I left. And my sister came with me. And she found a farmer.
Your sister?
I know technically Kadeon calls me his cousin. More accurate term would be his great aunt. I like cousin better. Youthful, right?
Yeah, it's way easier to say cousin than, great aunt twice removed. Though, mind you, Math seems to be able to just repeat epithets ad nauseum. So perhaps he will call you Kaderon's great aunt twice removed every single time he needs to refer to you.
Yes,
or because he'll never change his mind, we'll still call you my wife.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, yeah, if I'm king of the NL, I had to...
No, rewind. What?
Well, you see, in some kingdoms, like Temeria...
No! No.
I told you,
no.
The most outlandish thing that you could ever think of.
Also,
and he just ate it, hook, line, and sinker.
What is up with it, Aldo?
What?
Did you give him some of this white skull before?
No, he had sepsis.
Oh, so the sepsis caused him to hallucinate and start thinking it was a good idea to tell people that we were married.
Are you?
No.
I'm learning about a lot of stuff right away.
Also, would you marry your sister's grandson?
I would not, but it has happened in dwarven history before.
You can keep that to yourself. I do not need that. No. Haley, this is what I'm going to have to deal with. Oh, so I guess the only way to make sure...
By all means, try Eleanor to make him think anything but. Undo the lie that I've done, or try to never cross him in the courtyard.
I figure I will undo the lie that you have done very publicly when I call out my ex-husband.
How do you think that's going to go down? Out of curiosity.
Violently. And that's why I'm really hoping that Brenna is going to be like right there so she can stab him.
I mean, everybody's got tricks up their sleeve. But, Brenna is not made out of steel herself.
That is why we need to be subtle about it. And excessively violent.
I mean, in a perfect world, right? We get what we want. We do what we need to do. We win, we leave, and we lead peaceful lives. What happens if it doesn't go as you plan?
Well, the current odds are 60-40 that I end up very, very dead.
Well, would you rather that than to continue running?
Than to be taken back forcibly and turned into something I do not wish to be? Yes. So my hope is if it does not work for you to kill him, Kadan will just stab me in the back.
How? So you ex-wife, yes. How did you get out the first time?
Drugs, magic, and chains. Him to a bed.
Okay, so can we make a backup plan that is eerily similar to that? I feel like I can get access to the drugs part, seeing as
You
the
can
past-
make them.
in a past life, I can, you know, make them.
Oh.
I feel like that has some sort of value that we didn't, that has not been addressed.
Oh, well, if you wish to, my plan was is very simple. If we kill him, then they're mostly demoralized, and given the current structure and dependency that they are on the chain of command, cut the head off to the snake.
There's something.
I'm listening to your something.
Many of the younger mages, the ones they have keeping the fog up, they're not from the other world. They're from here.
Yes.
I don't want them to retreat and bring them with them.
So we're saving a bunch of mages.
Well, I figure if we get the mages to turn against their masters, that will also throw the entire army in disarray. As they circle you if you act like bait.
I have an idea.
They're not going to bring their apprentices with them, yeah?
I need Kadern. This might be a little early for you to try to persuade. But if you can talk to Brenna, I need access to all of the alchemical equipment that this facility has to offer.
You can also ask Brenna, why go through me?
Oh, because you're the one she wants to turn into a side piece. Permanently.
There are certain leverages there that I cannot provide.
Wait, you want me to use my...
Bless you.
Oh, sorry. You want me to use my not inconsiderable sex appeal to persuade Brenna to give you access to all the drugs that are in this castle?
You want me to say it out loud?
You want me to fuck the alchemy out of Brenna?
That doesn't work. And no, don't ever say that again.
I can't shorten the request anymore. That is the shortest sentence I could make with it.
I need you to use one chemical reaction to allow me to make another.
I will just ask her. I don't need much. But can I even walk? And Kadern's gonna try to sit up at that point.
I mean, by this point, you've probably recovered your stamina as much as you can, and you've recovered your HP.
Yeah, I only have all the -1s and the fact that I'm at half stamina.
Mm-hmm.
No more portal for me.
At least not right now.
What? No, that's not true. If I have my staff, I can do one portal. Just one.
And better hope that everyone goes through it on the first round.
Oh, believe me, I can't even keep it up for the second round, so it doesn't matter. If they don't go through, it closes.
Would now be a good time for that second healing hands check, or do I need to wait a while?
I'll let you make the second one. Oh, wait, first, before you do so, I need you to roll me an endurance.
Oh, shit.
You have
Please
been.
do not operate on me while drunk.
You're fine.
Crit.
You're fine.
Crit. I critted 33. And it actually reverses, and now I grow a foot, and I'm way more jacked.
I don't think that's how that works, but good try.
Damn it.
What?
No, but you are
Well,
not
I mean-
affected by the white gull, so you are not
Yeah.
currently hallucinating or intoxicated. So now you may roll the healing hands check to attempt to further treat Cadarn.
Yes. Please, doctor, play with my fleshy bits.
Oh no! Just because you said that is why I critically failed.
Luckily, you can't make it worse. It just doesn't succeed. So, on this point, I think we're going to take the break for the evening so we can let everyone stretch, bio, and let Arzo discover what his brilliant beyond brilliant plan is, and maybe, Cadarn will be able to ask his girlfriend really nicely if she'll give Arzo all of the alchemical supplies in her husband's castle.
It's kind of also her castle, so you know.
She's lady of the castle. It's not her. She didn't inherit it. But we'll see in a little bit, everybody. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, Stefan, for all of those subs. I appreciate you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are back. You will notice, however, that we have a new face. Someone has emerged from the darkness. And, sorry about that for you. Oh, well, you can't be heard because... There you go. Well, now they can. Now they can hear you. But when we last left off, Math, there was... You had gone to check on your wife and child, who were quite all right.
Because the castle's very secure.
Because the castle is very secure, and they've rolled really, really well. And
But still, you do, like, you want to, like, you know,
yes,
check in.
you want to check in and see how things are going. All of this is true. And then, at the same time, when we left off with Ardzo, Kadern, and Eleanor drinking and plotting, and Ardzo had a brilliant idea.
It's pretty. Listen, if I'm good, I feel like statistically I'm good for one brilliant idea a campaign.
You have a lot more than just one brilliant idea campaign, sir. I have played multiple campaigns with you, and you have many brilliant ideas.
But on average, of the campaigns that I play, that there's one brilliant idea per campaign, because the campaigns that you are not in, I guarantee you that those ideas are not brilliant ideas. So
I disagree, and I'm sure I could call witnesses.
I agree that you have. No, I agree that you have one brilliant idea per episode. Sure, on average.
Campaign.
Yeah.
Campaign.
No, I think you misspoke. I think it's episode.
Yep.
Well, just you wait till
Henry
we
Higgins.
get Math in this scene.
Oh, well. I don't know if that's going to make it better or worse, but
It's
yeah.
gonna make it math.
So,
It's
Math,
going to make it something.
just because I want to do this. And I think it'll be entertaining. And it's all about me, really. It is about me, right?
Your channel,
Mm-hmm.
obviously.
Yeah, but it's
your name's
but
on
it's
the
our
plate.
my name is on the bill. But it's our story that we're telling together. So, and I think it would just make the most sense as you're leaving your wife after a period of time of reconnecting.
I imagine they're probably in, like, the lower levels where all the civilians are huddled together, yes?
Yes, but you also can hear, like, the bombardment has stopped. There isn't any major injuries. You can hear, you know, there are a couple, like, bruises from a couple of the guards who died, you know, who ducked down and, like, hit a shoulder on one of the, crenolins or something. But, as you're kind of...
I'd probably tell my daughter a story. You know what I mean? Like, to, like, as the fight is going on, because when I went down there, the fight was still happening.
Oh,
to,
can
like,
you roll me
make
a
her-
teaching?
Well, it's not. I'm not trying to teach her.
I know, but
anything.
there isn't really a
It would be
storytelling role.
performance, I imagine.
Or performance. Performance could work. Yes, you are correct. Performance. Wow, I'm sorry.
Which, remember, I'm very, very bad at. Because I have no empathy, and I have taken no social skills for this character. Like, none. And empathy was my dump stat, more or less. Well, my dex is not doing very well right now. What is that about?
I can't help you with that.
Oh, it's the concussion.
Oh, the concussion, which you...
I'll have it for another 3 days.
Mhm. Well, we're technically on day 160 because the day began, right?
Yeah. But it's 5 days for me. 0. Like, I'm just not good. I'm not a charismatic person, and I am not good at these things.
Well,
it's
it was
probably just,
more.
like,
It was more to see if
meandering.
anybody else around you, followed along. And your daughter is enthralled because she's your daughter, and she's 3. And Daddy's telling a story. It may not be a great story, and he's not really good because he doesn't do the voices. But he's trying, and
No.
so it's Daddy's telling a story. Other people around you are kind of like, no, that okay.
And as you know, when you're going through, so then there was a little girl named, we'll call her Little Red Riding Hood, and as she was walking through the forest on her grandmother, she saw a flower, and that flower, of course, had 4 petals. And really, one of the petals was just like a little bit crinkly.
And that goes on for quite some time, and I think you probably never even get to the grandmother's house at all. But there's a lot of.
But she will fall asleep.
Yeah.
But
And I imagine like there's no really good narrative arc for that one because it was like,
And really, sometimes when people tell these sorts of stories, they don't pay attention to the flowers at all. But actually, that's really a missed opportunity because, the flower.
and like it's just like one of those,
yep. And as you come back, as you're kind of walking out of the group, they're encouraging people like out of the basements or out of these like into their like luncheon prepared. And you're gonna serve in the dining hall. Can see like a number of the servants carrying what look like large amounts of alchemical materials, flasks, flowers, just going down the hall. An excessive amount.
I imagine they'd be making some sort of bomb or whatnot, some sort of thing.
and I completely ignore it and head towards the medical tent.
Which is, as you discover, where all of these things are going?
Yeah, well, sense.
But I do not bother myself with the affairs of this castle ever since they've proven themselves to be not really worthy of my attention.
Yes.
So whatever they have going on, I don't really.
Yes.
They're going to do their thing.
Eleanor, this very stunning woman dressed in red and black leather, sitting with her legs crossed at the knee, on one of the edge of the beds, gesturing and pointing to the waitstaff to put those materials over there, put those glass vials over there, and just dictating from where she's sitting. She is an absolutely stunning woman. But you do remember seeing her
I saw her in my
on the battlements.
Scrying.
Yes, you did.
No, I was scrying upon her.
You also saw her on the battlements when you came through the portal. She was standing there with a big staff.
Yes, well, of course.
Um,
And I bowed towards her when I first met her.
mm-hmm.
When
Yeah.
I first encountered her.
And after the last of the items are put down and they leave, Ardzo and Kadern, you and Eleanor and Math, and all of this alchemical material. What do you want to do?
If you'll excuse me, pardon me, 3-time orgy champion Kadern.
He
might
really
I have
calls
a
you
word in
that.
Private.
I told you
That's his
he was
title.
very, very set on epitaphs. Yes,
I think
math.
Yes, might I have a word in private with you?
I struggle to get back up.
Sit down.
Sepsis. I'll point to my stomach.
Yes.
I look at the other two assembled.
He cannot stand
Might I
up.
have a word in private?
No, you're going to sit there and he's not going to lie to you anymore. We're not married. He's not a king. None of this bullshit actually happened, and I don't care if he ever actually did enjoy 3 orgies. Nobody needs to hear that repeated multiple times.
I find it funny.
I find it
You
disgusting.
But if you'll excuse me, you don't have to put upon the the lie. I know
No,
the
if you want to
truth.
know
It's
about
all
my
right. I'm
ex-husband, he's standing
trustworthy.
outside running this siege. He's an asshole. I'm really looking forward to cutting off his dick and feeding it to him. I'm not married to my sister's great-grandson.
Pretty time orgy champion Kadan.
Why
what
do you want
is
to keep
going on?
stressing the fact that he wanted an orgy?
What do you think?
He told me that was the title that I should give him.
And she will like turn and just like flick out her hand to kind of like smack Kadarn in the middle of the
It
chest.
was actually Brenna who said that it was the 3-time origin champion.
But he did say that I should use that instead of something else, and I was like, all right.
That is
then.
true. That's true. Yeah. I think Brenna. If Brenna's there, is Brenna there? Where's Brenna? Hi.
Brenna is not currently in here, but Brenna could be.
Beautiful.
But Brenna could be coming in a moment because you
I'll
just
just be a fly on the wall and enjoy my mango lassi. Let's
yeah.
go.
Well,
No, you could walk in right now.
you could walk
Uh,
in because
Matt
your
has also just walked in.
Math has also just walked in,
Ah.
and all of the alchemical materials in this castle have been transported into this room.
Okay. So yeah, I don't know what Brenna's been doing. Probably siege stuff.
Mostly maintaining the siege outside. The bombardment has stopped. Alienor had left you on the battlements about an hour ago,
Mhm.
and then about 15 minutes ago, a message was requested that all of the alchemical materials in your castle, all of them.
Okay, yeah, I would investigate that. So let me know when Brenna comes in. And I
You
will
can-
come in.
You can have her come in whenever she want, because right now Alienor just smacks
Alright.
Kadarn. It's like, no. What? Why do you do this?
Why does she do what?
Act like a child.
If you'll excuse me, yes, what is going on here?
And she will turn and look at Ardzo and Kadarn. They had a brilliant idea.
Oh no, that was all Arzo. I did nothing.
You got sepsis.
What we
You did something.
And then we drank over my sepsis riddled body.
What? Okay, you're significantly better than you were, and the White Skull inspired a magnificent idea. Brenna, can I math? Okay, well, I don't want this to leave this room, and I want to use all the power to try to exercise this plan. But you know, that thing I used to make for money when I lived in the woods by myself.
Oh yes, the drugs. Yeah.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's because we haven't known each other that long. How good are you at accepting information and being quiet about it?
An expert at anything I do.
Okay, great. So this
But
is
if I
what.
put my mind to it, it's
All
a
right.
secret.
So none of us can use this against me later, but this could pull us out of this very tricky situation.
How
I'm
is
going
Space Tech
to
going
make
to help us?
What?
because we're going to set it on fire and catapult it at the enemy.
Oh, I do like that idea. Yeah. That's not a bad. That would be entertaining.
Does anyone have any objections?
No, and then we
here.
just need you to stand there, Brenna, and be prepared to stab my ex-husband through the gut and possibly give him sepsis or take off his head. Either one. I don't really care.
All of this sounds like a good plan so far.
Yes, I'm going to stand in the front of the castle and make a very big production of myself.
Is this before or after the fist tech bomb?
Before.
Why
Or
before?
after, depending on how quickly I get it
No,
done.
no, I think they need to be aware and then have all the attention on me, and then you fire the bomb, and then it's very attractive, right? Because they're all focused on me, they don't pay attention to the bomb coming and landing on them.
I think they're going to
Right.
notice it either way. It's probably going to be pretty big.
Why would we risk your life when we can just do this and reap the benefit?
Because we can't guarantee we will get him out of a tent and suffering from the after effects without something to draw his attention.
Mm.
Yes, but if we can reduce the effectiveness of his force by at least 50%, that gives us a way better chance.
But they have an army of at least 1,000. I doubt a bomb of a volatile subject will make hardly any dent at all. There's an entire army out there with at least 150, 200 mages. This is not something a bit of a catapulted bomb will do much about. But nonetheless, this is none of my affair. Three-time Origin Champion Kadan, anytime that I might have a private word with you, I would very much appreciate it. Do you need the captain of the guard or whatnot here for this military strategy meeting, or is it fine without them?
No, I think we were planning on doing it without them. My cousin has an idea. And he emphasizes the word cousin.
Mm-hmm. And he nods and winks like he gets it.
Oh.
So you are
I'm gonna
aware.
like. So did he not tell you that was all? It's like,
Oh, if you wink at me, I just stare deadpan, like Jim staring at the camera, but me staring at Eleanor. Just.
Eleanor will turn to Math and say, "We are not married. This is my sister's great-grandson. I was, and still technically am married to an individual who's currently besieging this castle. It is an unfortunate real of truth, but this little shit was born quite a few hundred years after me and on this plane of existence."
they're not married.
It's my
He's not a king.
Wait. He's not a king?
Oh God, no.
No,
Oh, you
that
haven't gotten that far yet in the conversation.
Math. I've tried to tell you that this was an elaborate prank. Oh, shit. My bad.
I see. Well, in that case, I suppose I'll ask you what I wanted to ask you in public. Would you be able to make a portal so that I could get my wife and child out of this place before all of the forces that are drawn here do whatever it is they're going to do?
I can make one portal, and I can hold it for about 3 seconds.
You want to get your wife and child
Yes.
out, I can get your wife and child out in a heartbeat. Where would you like them to go?
Well, with all respect, I'm so sorry. What is your title? I need to know what appellation to attach. I don't want it to be disrespect.
You may call me Eleanor.
That's just that's a bit too familiar for a person that I do not know.
Because
She's
that
a
is my
bard,
title.
madam.
That is her
Mistress?
title.
I thought that was a first name. Well, I shall just not refer to you just to not be awkward. I'm not well acquainted with you, and so.
You mean the portal
I
that
would
I
prefer
opened
not.
to get you out of the desert?
Yes, and to doom everyone here, as a
Why?
matter of fact. So, excuse me, three-time Orgy Champion Kaden, I would very much appreciate it if you would open up a portal when you are ready, hopefully sooner rather than later, that I might get my wife and
Can-
child out of this place.
You only need to bring them here, and I can open it right now.
Thank you.
We want to get anyone else out while we're at it.
Well,
I can hold it 3 seconds.
or I can hold it for however long we need.
After the injury I saw you take? Unlikely. Excuse me, I shall return.
What injury do you think I took?
And he just sort of gives us sort of a light smile and walks
Oh, you
out
mean
of
like
the
I shot in the
tent.
spleen recently? That was very good. Arthur was a very good doctor. He was very good.
Yes, yes. And he exits to go get his wife and child.
You make such interesting friends. Also, Rena,
Hmm. Yeah.
dearest.
Yeah.
So when's the happy occasion? Are you going to make me the official member of your consort? I mean, the shiny
I
is really
don't-
nice.
Oh. I very don't look at Kadarin, just looking everywhere but Kadarin. It's like, I don't know what you're talking. What? I just wanted to give Kadarin something nice.
Mm-hmm. I see you.
He gave me a necklace, so I gave him a piece of jewelry.
Really?
Yes,
a necklace? What kind of necklace did you give her, Kadown?
Wait a second. Simon's blanking out. A necklace?
The trophy for the Bruxa.
You turned it into
Oh.
a necklace. Yeah, you made
Yes,
her a
yes.
necklace.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the first thing that came to mind was a joke, and then I really started thinking, and I was like, "Fuck." Wait. Yes. Okay. The trophy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. I gave her a necklace.
Apparently,
It's and
I'm so
I'll
happy
point.
for the two of you.
Are you wearing it?
Oh, Brenna always wears it. It's next to her pendant, but usually it's tucked in to the shirt. But her pendant is too. So, yeah, she's always wearing the necklace. Since you gave it to her, she hasn't taken it off.
Yes, Brooks of Blood. That's the necklace I give her.
Really?
I'll pull it
Yes.
out.
See,
Also, aren't they so cute?
Sorry, I'm making drugs. What?
They're so cute together.
I wasn't paying attention. What happened?
They're giving each other jewelry.
it's not jewelry. It's a vial full of vampire blood.
Really? And you gave it to a witcher.
Sounds kinky.
Yeah, Eleanor, witchers carry trophies of their kills.
Mm-hmm.
That's a trophy of a kill.
You have any trophies for your orgy winnings?
Why would I keep a trophy of that? It wasn't
You know,
Banard.
Let's say you have a bad week and you want something positive to remember the positive times by.
Then I remember fondly back when I fondled a bunch of people multiple times.
Can we stop talking about this? I do not need to know this much about your sex life. I know way too much about your sex life, let's be honest.
I am the inspiration for quite a few erotic novels.
And really rather tame, coming from a background with my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, you should see his brother.
Oh,
I'm good.
Zoni.
I don't need that.
Don't,
Thank you.
no. That is the question though. Is Kadarin still wearing the ring Brenna put on, or is he taking it off?
Yeah, he found out about it like 5-10 minutes. Well,
Half an hour
technically
ago.
about a half hour ago. Yeah, because we had like an entire
Conversation.
in-world
Drinking fest.
conversation. Yeah,
Oh. Okay.
not a conversation about the ring, but I mean,
No. Had a
we
conversation.
role played a conversation for a half hour. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Brenna's just making note because, making note. She's noticing.
Mhm.
It's mentioned.
Can I get your first craftsman roll for that Fistek, sir?
I believe it's called cooking.
No, you
You
don't cook
sure
coke, you cook
can.
meth.
Alchemy or craftsmanship?
Alchemy. I'm sorry, alchemy.
Not quite sure if Fistech is
It is alchemy, according
because
to
it's a no. What I mean is it's an hallucinogen, so it's definitely not coke.
It'd be more like LSDE,
Yeah, sort of.
Molly E.
Like, I've just seen a lot of films from the 1930s, and drugs are just real bad. They cause you to jump out windows. You
Oh,
start
yeah.
off as being like a regular person, then you end up being in the mob and like shooting people. Like, it's just real bad. I learned all about it in the
Reefer
1930s.
Madness,
Um,
Reefer Madness.
I think it would be better if you watch movies after the Hays Code. Hays Code.
Hays Code, yes.
Hmm.
So Alchemy
Maybe.
of 24.
So you are well on your way to making a large amount of fist tech. It will take you a while, but it will be very, very high quality fist tech.
And well, high quality and large quantity. is
And
the
large
thing.
quantity. You're definitely going to get large quantity. It's just going to take you a while.
Yeah.
Math.
Yes.
So you're going to get your wife and daughter.
Yes.
You're going straight there and straight back?
Well, yes, indeed. Well, I don't know if I'm going straight back. It really depends on what my wife has to say. After all, she may want a detour. I don't know. I'm not the boss of her. She's the boss of herself. But I'm going to tell her that we have a way out, and that I would like her to go, considering the circumstances of this place. Yes.
Where would you like us to go, darling?
Well, I would imagine that it might be safest to get you as close to the circle as possible. There are a number of people there, including the Flamika, very powerful druids, and that might be a safe place for you. Heaven knows all the rest is not very safe.
Very well. We will go.
I would have you stay, but all of the targets have converged upon this place, which means all of the arrows converge upon this place, and that's not a place I would like you to be. And, oh, I did have a thought. That sword, very expensive looking sword, you should take it with you. It's quite a bit of a loss out of all of this. I imagine most of the caravan is dead, burned, enslaved, who knows what. But I imagine that sword will go for a pretty penny. That might go quite some way to replacing what has been lost. And hopefully also the sort of the payment for that large consignment that's brought here. But we will rebuild.
If you do not join us in 3 weeks, I will come and find you.
Well, I must have a conversation with Her Grace. For all we know, I may join you immediately. That I must speak with her on.
Very well. We'll pack.
All right. The hospital tent. That room where everyone's being the infirmary. That's where you should come when you're ready. And I suppose when you get there, I'll know if I'll be coming with you or not. But
Very well then.
yes. I shall see you shortly. 15 or so. Whenever you're ready. I'll be there. And he sort of turns and heads back off towards the hospital tent.
Meanwhile, in the hospital tent. What's been going on while Arzo makes drugs?
Good question.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of really interesting smells.
Sulfurous ones?
Perhaps, if you guys don't have a super resistant sense of smell or stomach, this might not be the best place to casually hang around.
You've been playing in my innards. I can't really move away from here, and now you're cooking meth
Yeah.
within breathing distance.
You had mentioned that Brenda carried you like a baby. Maybe perhaps she can do that again to a different bed.
Eleanor just smirks at that.
Brenna, could you carry me like a baby to a different bed?
She just gives you a look.
Well, I believe your young friends would be returning with his wife and child here, no?
Yeah, no, that's true. I have to wait for him.
You told Arzo I carried you like a baby?
No, I told Hardzo that you carried me in here.
Mm. Skeptical, but accepts it. I can carry you elsewhere
After the
Raph
portal.
gets back. She's just gonna kind of like rock back on her heels a bit, like just gonna chill out, play it cool, Brenna, play it real cool.
So we're going to
Not at all awkward.
No,
not at all awkward.
Very awkward.
Eleanor is sipping something and watching the two of you and just smirking.
Alright, and I think I'll just casually touch the necklace and think at Kadarin, like, why is she looking at us like that?
I can't answer.
Shit! You can't answer.
So it's just like Kadarin will just try to surreptitiously shrug.
Uh-huh, yeah. How's the sepsis going? Just making the worst conversation.
Kadarin's gonna look down at his stomach. Shrug.
I mean, like, it's the second time around. Is it better, worse, or just as bad as the first time you had it?
You get used to it.
Oh. All right. Well, hope you recover quickly.
I hope so too.
This
He
is
says
really-
out loud.
Are they? Did they make their way to a different room? Or are they still in the alchemical?
We're still in the alchemical.
They're still there.
She's like shifted to another, like, to the different corner so that it's less harsh on the nose, because
Or you'll hear her to go. Oh, I've never made this large of a batch before. It is starting to affect me.
Oh, great.
You've not done. Okay. Ventilation. And she will stand up and.
isn't this like an interior room?
No, because it's one of the corner rooms next to the thing, and there's a
Oh,
small
okay,
window.
okay.
So
Good,
she's gonna.
okay, yeah.
She's just gonna lightly gust of wind out the window.
I
Did
don't
you?
want to come in yet because it's so awkward. You know, I just want to wait just a little bit longer for that awkwardness to keep building.
I wasn't paying attention to anything you were saying, but somehow I am immensely aroused. Immensely.
Oh,
okay.
God.
Probably the chemicals that I'm working with, just to be realistic, but you know, both of those things did happen at the same time.
I don't think this kind of drug's an aphrodisiac. I don't.
And if it is, I'm very deeply concerned about you, also.
Well, how many werewolverines have you conversed with?
Interesting. Not as many werewolverines. Quite a few werebears. Skellige.
Yeah.
How's
I
that
know.
going for you, by the way?
Oh, what the arousal is?
No,
Pretty
the
good.
where the like in therianthropy.
You know, I have an odd case every now and again, where I can't control it, but I think with Mav's help, I'm able to commune and keep it a little bit under wraps. You know, not be ashamed of it as much.
Well, I'm glad you have a friend who can help you in that way.
I think that's when Math walks in.
Mm.
My wife and child shall arrive in about 15 or so minutes. Your Grace, might I speak with you privately?
I
Sure.
can't really. Oh.
I just look at Kadern again, like, please.
Got used to it. I got used to it. I'm sorry.
Just stop.
No, Grace is for Countess's accounts.
It's the
King Arthur
sepsis
would be your
talking, and I'll
highness.
just walk out.
The sepsis and the fistic fumes and the alcohol from earlier.
And the ego, and I'll just walk out.
I will walk out with Brenna.
Your Grace,
Yes.
if you do not mind, might I have just a few moments of your time?
You already said you wanted to speak with me. What is this a different thing, or is this like?
No, this is. I would. Your Grace.
Yeah.
I would never presume to tell you how to do your business. You are a beloved and wise noble who runs this county with all of the respect of those who serve you. You are the picture of leadership and competency. And
I didn't go that far, but okay.
and I think someone decent. So whatever choices you've made, I do not question them. That said,
You have some questions?
no, it's not my place to ask them. I
You
shall
can
say-
ask questions if you want to ask questions. That's fine.
Mm.
I'll answer them as best I can.
No, your choices are your own to make. The choices that have been made change the equations of this situation.
Could you please just be more specific and explicit? I really don't do well with the beating around the bush thing.
Well,
Just
then
come
I'll
out
get to
and
the
say
end
it.
point. Well, I won't go to the middle. I suppose it's not important then in the end. I'll just get to the end. I have asked 3-time Order champion Kadan to open a portal so that my wife and daughter might leave this place, this powder cake.
All right.
Question that I would like to ask you is, do you have any desire for me to remain? I do have a mission, which is to go and find this Alzor, to take him and to apprehend him. And I do not think that is going to be here, as this is another sort of battlefield completely. And your forces seem to have all of this taken care of, and will have your plans. So, if you do not need me, Your Grace, then I shall take my leave. I would want to say goodbye, of course, to Lord Arthur, but unless you have some...
What has changed?
Well, the
You
mission
said
has changed, hasn't it?
Like about decisions, and you weren't acting like this just a couple hours ago.
Well, Your Grace, my mission was here to stop that malefactor Alzor,
Mm-hmm.
but this seems to be a different situation altogether. This is not
Yeah.
about the malefactor Alzor now. This is about bringing all of the Wild Hunt in one location to have all of their forces slaughter this place, and what all sorts of things are happening. And I certainly do not want my wife and child here. And I
It
would
probably
make a
would be best to
stand.
send them away, but I will say that the Wild Hunt and Alzor are not as unrelated as you might think.
Yes. He doesn't seem to be working actively against them, more surreptitiously in some sort of underhanded way. I don't see why he'd show up here at this moment. If he did anything at all, he might show up, although I don't even know his business.
This business is
Not
very
yet.
confusing. I have a feeling that the Wild Hunt might want to capture Alzor at this point. If they get whiff of his
Yes, well.
plans. Which they might have after that instant at sea.
Yes. And if he were smart, he would not show up here. What he might do, of course, is portal in and kidnap the people he's been wanting to kidnap. Everybody wants to kidnap those two. And now they're
Don't
together.
know what the deal
as they
is.
had-
Yeah, but yes, apparently everyone wants to kidnap them.
Yes, well, but they are now sitting right next to each other in a way that they have not been for quite some time. So, Your Grace,
Keep them separated forever.
if you do not need me here, then I ask my leave.
It's torn. It would be so quiet, so peaceful during the siege without Math.
It's true.
But Math has been useful at times.
Not that she knows. He's not been all that useful in her presence.
She knows you're the ones who figured out about the Wild Hunt sucking up nature and stuff to power them and things. You've been. She doesn't know how useful
that's
you've
true.
been, but she
that's
knows
true.
you've been at least vaguely useful. She goes, "Oh wait, we might be able to find out something about Alzor. I have some of his blood."
Yeah. Could be useful. I would use that to perhaps see where he might have been recently. Could indeed be useful. I imagine there's a bit of a time limit now that three-time orgy champion Kadan and
Eleanor.
yes,
She's
that
a bard.
person
You have to use
are-
their stage name, you know.
A pedant, she's not just. Just a bard is not chased throughout all over the place.
No, but that's her
I've been told many
preferred
things.
title.
Yes, it's not
Doesn't
very
want to
proper.
be,
Um,
you know, Dickbag's ex-wife. Technically still alive.
no, I shall just not refer to her.
Oh, but that
by
would be a
name,
great
so it's not-
title. Sorry.
It was not
Sorry.
to be too familiar with someone. So, that person, well,
It's rude I did not address her at all.
well, I'm afraid I'm not willing to be too familiar with a woman that I am not close with. It's not proper, not appropriate in any way. So I shan't, if she insists on overly familiar address, I shall not address her. So, but that is a side moment. Nonetheless, there are many things that have been said and actions that have been taken, and none of them make much sense. Everything is a lie, so that is not really, it seems.
Oh, is this because
Any
of
of
the
my
whole king
affair.
thing?
Your Grace.
She's tried so hard to like figure it out, like work through it. She's like, what is this behavior is different from math. She knows that much. Is something
Your Grace, there's
bothering you? You can just get it off your chest, I think they say.
it's. I've been told by your friend that the three-time orgy champion has lied to me at a level of deception that is epic. That it was a joke. And of course, the joke is me. And that says something about his respect for me, or lack thereof. That all this time he's been laughing at me, behind my back, or perhaps in front of my face in some ways. And I have been operating under the idea that he and I were friends, that we were people that we could rely and trust each other. We would be honest with each other. And I shared things with him, and it turns out that what he was sharing with me was mockery. And that is fine. These sorts of things have happened to me in my life. It's one of the reasons why nature is a bit more comforting than people. And with all of this, and with taking, I don't know, it seems as if any of the information I've been working on hypotheses and trying to figure out what's been going on, but much of the information is based, that I've been using to try to figure out this conundrum is based on mockery. So there's quite a bit that I don't quite know how to operate on this at all. And my understanding about the reason why they've been chased and why they should not be in the same spot might not even be true. I don't know actually anything about this situation at all anymore, and nothing that I thought that I knew as a basis for a hypothesis, like the building blocks. None of it might be accurate, so I cannot aid in anything about this business, and it seems as if this place has now all of the jewels have been placed in a basket. And, well, whatever plans are going on with your friend sacrificing herself boldly for what? None of it seems to make any sense to me.
I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's just very theatrical and it appears to robotic nature. I will say one thing about, well, two things. I will say a small number of things about Kadan. I don't think he would bother expending the energy to make jokes and tell extremely tall tales if he didn't at least like you a little bit. I think
I don't know.
I'm pretty certain, because you wouldn't believe some of the stuff he's told me, or said things. If he doesn't like you at all, he will not expend the energy to make light-hearted or light-hearted intentioned tall tales and fibs and jokes. I think it might be, I've heard it called as a coping mechanism. Because I don't think he likes to get attached. So if he pushes things away, then they stay away. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Yes.
So
Possible.
the fact that he told these tall tales to you, I think he did it because he thinks you're all right.
I appreciate your taking the time to speak with me, Your Grace. It does show your friendship with me, and I do wish you to know that I do appreciate it very much. You and Lord Arzo, I also thought His Highness, Great Amorgian Champion Kadan, have been good and true fast friends. Perhaps some of the first I've made, except for that are humanoid. I have quite a few friends that are not.
Well, then he should have told you sooner. And she's just like looking at like, damn it.
But it makes this difficult because I don't quite know how to be of use when I don't actually know anything about what's going on. Because everything that I
To be
thought
fair,
I knew is based in a lie.
everything we've told you, except for the fact that Kadan was king of the Wild Hunt and Eleanor was his wife, has basically been true.
I was told that the whole reason why the Wild Hunt has been chasing them is because they need them, because they are special. But if
There's
that's
a
not true-
bloodline. No, it is true. It's a bloodline thing. They can't. They need them to be the keys or something for the doors and portals. So they may not be royalty, but they do have a bloodline that the Wild Hunt wants. So it wasn't far from the truth. But do not tell Kadan I said that.
Yes, well, then the larger point, which is that they have been chasing you, and that you haven't deliberately keeping them separate so as not to make it worse.
Oh, we weren't deliberately keeping them separate. It just kind of was that way. We kind of have just been operating on like a daily struggle for trying to just keep ourselves alive, and then hoping Eleanor knew some things, and now we're finally getting to know some of the things that she knows, and we're trying to figure out how to stop this whole fucking shit show. Sorry.
Yes, well, it seems having, Your Grace, having both of these two, we separated them, the desert and here, to sort of separate their troops and not make a big target in this way, because having both of those two here puts all of your people at risk. I mean, these people have been teleporting armies, multiple armies, 3 of them, all across the continent just to get these two, and now having them all both in the same place. That is,
Yes, we
that puts all
probably
of your
like to not keep it that way for long, but honestly, I don't really know what to do. So all the brainstorming would be appreciated. This is not exactly a situation I deal with on the regular. In fact, I think this whole thing is quite irregular and frustrating.
Yeah. Your Grace, you are beloved by the people here. You may not know it, but I have spent the last few days having breakfast with those here in this castle, and they only speak in the most glowing terms. They trust you. They trust your leadership and your skill. They know that you will keep them safe.
That's because I don't know any
You are.
Betovitches.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with you being a witcher or not. This has to do with you being you. You have proven yourself time and again for these people, whether you're a witcher or not. It doesn't matter. What matters is that you're their countess. Well, you've kept them safe and you've inspired them. The morale of the people
I've
here
only been
is
countess
high.
for like 3 months.
Well, have you been here longer than 3 months?
As a witcher, and then
Yeah.
side piece to the Lord of the House.
You know, you're more than just a job position. You are here.
You may have been assigned here, if that's how that works.
That
But-
is how I got here in the first place. It was a punishment.
But how long have you... Oh, well, that's... some jokes on them.
Yeah,
How long
I think
have you
it
been
kind of
here?
backfired for them a little bit. I've in and out for 30 years. Stationed here for
30
20.
years. So, you've served the people of this place for 30 years. Your Grace, you have been their stability. Have been important to them.
Mm.
I would not undermine your value. My point here is that these people rely on you and they trust you, and they're making it through this siege because of you. And well,
Not stressful.
you just being who you are, you have inherent and innate qualities, truths in your blood, as it were. You have these qualities, and it inspires those around you. And I just want to let you know that all of these people, it seems, are in danger. There's an army of, 1,000 outside. And they're all of their special forces are going to be drawn here, because those two are here. And if Alzor wants to do some sort of shenanigans, just has to watch. Perhaps it'll kidnap them, I don't know, but everybody here is in danger. It's the reason why every time Orjajamp and Kader and I went off to the desert to draw them out.
That
It
worked.
is your
for us.
choice.
Ugh.
It did. It is your choice what you do with this place and your people. But it seems as if, and again, this place is very secure. I have all the faith and the utmost respect for your preparations. But they can just... The battleground is happening in your home. I don't know if
Mhm.
that is exactly what you want. I do wish to
None
speak
of
with
this
them.
is, well, hardly none of this has been what I want it to be.
No. If you have need of me, I will remain, but if you do not, I shall take my leave. I would wish to say my words to Lord Ardzer. If you have no more need of my service.
I would appreciate it if you stayed. But I understand if you leave.
If you still have need of me, then I shall remain. I do not know exactly.
Who else
How
is
I'll
going
be
to
of
scry
use in
this
this-
Alzor blood and try to talk Kadan out of stupid ideas?
Well, could certainly scry and then leave if not needed. But I wish to tell you that this has become a bit of a death trap.
No, I'm quite aware of that, and something does need to be done. Let's just go back into the room. Alienor can open you a portal to meet up with your wife and child after the scrying if we don't learn anything useful.
All right. Thank you, Your Grace, and please know you are very important to everyone here. And
She looks
not
more
because you're a
uncomfortable
witcher.
the more you say that.
it's not because you're a witcher; it's because you're of quality. And I hope that inspires you as you inspire them.
Mhm.
What is that face? Your Grace. You look like you ate something unpleasant and disagreeable. Well, surely you do not doubt your
Yes,
quality.
let's just get back into the room.
Your Grace, before we step inside, if you doubt your quality, you should not. Oh. I have seen you in action. You're quite capable, both in mind and in fist, hand. You are impressive. There should be no doubt in your mind.
Well, there's a lot of things going on in my mind, but it's fine. It's fine.
All right, but Your Grace,
Mm.
you should know that I do not say these things as a joke or as a mockery. because I would not do that.
You're not Kadan. I know.
If I say it, it's because it is so.
Mm.
You are of quality, and you should not doubt that about yourself.
You haven't met any of the other, well, formerly met any of the other witches at the cat school.
But I don't need to know them. I know you. I don't care about them. Who cares what they're about?
It's a kind of an upgrade, but let's go. She's just pushing him back in.
Sort of gets pushed into the room.
Brenna looks emotionally drained after that conversation.
Arzo is finishing up making a whole mess of Fistech at this point.
Oh, yeah.
And Billy is going to leave us, so we say goodbye, Billy.
Love you guys.
Ciao,
Bye,
Billy.
Billy, we love you. Go.
Yeah, great work.
Always.
Great work, everybody. I'll see you next week
Yeah, for the finale.
for the final E.
Mm-hmm.
The
Right.
ultimate.
The
The ultimate.
yeah.
The
Oh, that
summit.
is yeah. We went from antepenultimate to penultimate to ultimate. I
Yep.
feel like that's the last Pokemon evolution.
Yeah, it should be.
Of the Magikarp.
Yep.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, love you
So I was
guys.
told the Magikarp is the best one. Ciao, love.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. All right, give me 2 seconds to do this. And then to do. All right. We have. There we go. All right. Now it's all fixed. You walk back into where Arzo is making a shit ton of Fistech. Kadan is still there, and Eleanor is moved from the bed where she was standing, or where she was sitting, to seating kind of like in the nook of the window, and making sure that the low-level breeze is flowing acting as a ventilation, but she's kind of just watching and quiet in this moment. Shoot.
I appreciate three-time orgy champion Kadan that you're making a portal for my wife and daughter. If you would send them to Salt would be useful.
Any specific
imagine you
place
did.
in mind?
I imagine you don't know the actual location of the circle, but not too far from there would not be bad. This small town, it's off in the eastern part of Toussaint. somewhat
That would
small.
not be the Circle of the Black Forest, would it?
Kid Mirkvid is the circle.
Mirkvid. Okay. Never been, but I can. What's the closest town to Mirkvid?
Let me get that map up. I think it's the one. I think it's like it's a V name. It's off to the eastern part of Toussaint. Right.
Bam.
Randomness spreadsheet. Where are you? Because I have Ianto has a persona from that place. As a matter of fact.
Castel
Uh,
Ravello?
Vedette. The mountain
No,
of
Vedette.
Vedette.
Yeah, it's Vedette.
Vedette, yeah, Vedette is closer. Well, Lys Doyle will also be close. Actually, technically, there might be
Yeah.
equal distance.
Yeah, but I get the feeling that Vedette being a bigger town,
Yeah,
I might have gone there.
I mean, you did a tour of the
Mhm.
world and wrote a
Yeah.
orgy book.
Because otherwise I can do Bellhaven and
Yeah,
book
yeah.
there for sure. That I know
Yeah,
of.
but if you've been to Vedette, that would work.
Well, I get the feeling. Let me just grab the Witcher wiki, see what there is.
Well,
over
Vedette
there.
is the town right next to that pass that would lead you up to Solvig into Lyria and Adairn, so you probably could have if you used that, if you went up to.
Yeah.
I mean, it would just.
Let me
Traveled that
guess.
way
This
before.
town is renowned for producing
Brothels.
bards. No. Okay. No. I mean, it's literally the word like celebrity.
Yes.
All right. There is no real info about it, so
But I feel like you must have been through there since you traveled all that way, and it's not that far from Adairn.
like let me roll a d10, and on a 7 and under, I've been there.
Okay.
No, I can do Bellhaven or
Yeah.
Tucson.
I mean, you could still
Yeah.
send them there, but you would have a higher DC to know if it would exist. And if
Yeah,
you
but I
missed-
don't want to risk fucking up
Yeah.
portaling his family.
But a couple miles away from where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, and then they end up in the wilderness, and there's a monster, and they're doomed.
This is true.
So-
Yes, well,
Would Tucson or Bellhaven work?
well, my question is, my understanding is that these people have been sending armies to wherever you've been. Do you think that either Beauclair or Bellhaven would be safe?
I've
Or
been
might be
Beauclair, yeah,
under
not Tucson.
siege?
I have been to a lot of places on the continent. I doubt that they're everywhere I've ever been. Plus, Bellhaven, I mostly
Right.
just walk through it.
Bellhaven's quite. Beauclair's closer, I would imagine.
Then Beauclair it is, and they can also get a carriage from there.
Might be able to help rebuild a bit. All right. No, thank you. It is appreciated.
I'll grab my staff, do the roll,
Well,
not fail.
yeah, and make it with a 24. You don't have to worry about missing. We'll say that your wife and child kind of come through at this moment and have the spell.
Oh yeah,
that-
I wait for them to be there to
Yeah.
because I can
Odriana
literally
and
only
Infra.
keep it up for one round.
You can
Odriana.
only keep it. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
That's because I have sepsis. If I didn't have sepsis, I could keep it up for a lot
Sure.
longer.
Sure. You know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
It's
what they
okay
always
to get
say.
tuckered out.
I hate all of you.
I didn't say a word. Not one blessed word.
I'll go through the portal before I get tuckered out.
I give both of my.
That
I
makes
give
Brent a
both my
smile.
wife and my daughter a kiss before they go. Say, Ben, I shall be there at Cape Merc as soon as I can be.
3 weeks, or I come and find you.
Well, it's been 3 weeks. I would ask the Flammaker to go and scry upon me to see how I am, and then find out.
Like I said.
Right. I just did the math. I held the portal for as long as you spoke. My character is dead.
No, they will wait for.
I know, I'm kidding, but yeah.
3 seconds, right?
No, I literally have 1 stamina.
Hmm.
Can you actually cast the spell at all?
No, the spell cost me 19. I have 20 stamina.
Oh, okay.
Right.
So they will go through
Uh,
the portal.
Technically,
but you also
it's
have full hit points.
my stamina is halved, so that's not true. It's I had 45, half of 45.
Well,
so I should have
you had 45 minus 5 because your first bout of sepsis.
no, I had 50 minus 5.
Oh, so 45. So half of 45 is round up,
23.
23.
23.
And if you cast it with the staff, you reduce the cost.
Yep. Yeah, so right now it's 19. So technically I have 3 stamina. So I can hold it for 1 more round if you want.
No, they'll go through it
And I
right away.
Give them both a kiss and they. To my heart.
Love you, dearest, and they walk through.
I sit back.
Love you
down.
most. Yes. There. So they are gone. And I go and I sort of take my seat
smells quite terrible.
Oh yes, that's
In
the fist
what
tech.
are you? Yes, yes. What are you using? If you don't mind, I would rather not be in a room that is a really good target for explosive device or fire.
Yeah, we can move to a different place, I guess. Arzo, I'll see you again in a couple of hours when I'm feeling a bit better.
Just scoop up Kader and we'll just go reconvene in Kader's room. I'll just carry him up the stairs.
Do you want Eleanor to come with you?
Yes, we can keep an eye on her.
Then she'll come.
I don't trust her to not do something foolish right now.
Oh, as you carry me upstairs, I will tell you, Brenna, that my cousin's plan is to make herself bait
I don't like it.
and give us a chance at assassinating the captain of the Wild Hunt.
Does she think that will stop all of this attack and nonsense? You think they'll just pack up and go back home after that, or will they want to retaliate?
No, I think they'll be confused, but I think then if we have all the other mages from Banard on our side, we can stage a little revolution.
Unless they're all earringed, like the mage downstairs was. In which case they can't contribute.
No, they can by fleeing, not helping. Even that is going to be enough to reduce their numbers. They can't keep up the fog if they don't have all of their apprentices there.
That's true.
Yes, but they still have an army 1,000 strong, and a whole unit of special forces.
Well, we would be taking out the head of the special forces. If I understood you.
Imagine that. Lieutenants.
The thing is I figure,
Seconds in command.
I figure if they realize that people are after their higher ups, the issue for them becomes how long before someone gets to the navigators. Because if they lose their navigators, they cannot go back home. Would you want to be stranded in a world where you do not speak the language, you do not know the culture?
Well, all of this is your bailiwick.
My what?
You all are in charge of the military planning for this place.
Oh. I'm not much of a strategist, in case you haven't noticed.
Same. I mentioned this point where we're at the room and I'm just like, plop. Gentle plop.
Eleanor has followed you, but she hasn't said anything recently. And she'll go and stand by the window.
So, the plan is for your friend to needlessly sacrifice herself in the most dramatic ways that you can assassinate the general, and in hoping that by assassinating him, all this will magically end. Excellent. So, in this particular sort of, without consulting with the forces here in the castle, now, in this particular sort of exciting plan you've all made, what
I haven't
exactly
made
do you
a
need
single
from me?
plan.
It sounds like you have a plan, which is a needless self-sacrifice, hoping you can assassinate someone that hopefully will go then cause a revolution and dissipate an entire 1,000-person strong army, etc., etc. So, in this particular sort of
plan which has nothing to do with Alzor at the moment. Exactly what do you need from me?
Oh, you wish to kill Zalzor?
Yes.
No, I wish to arrest him and take him to trial.
And who will try him, monsieur?
The Circle of Kate Merkvid.
My sword could.
Why do they have jurisdiction?
He has broken the laws of nature, and he has offended us, and so therefore we're going to take him into apprehension.
Why not just
And we
kill
will
him?
try him.
We're just gonna skip a step.
Oh,
Well, I would want to deliver him to the
Could
head
we
of
just-
my circle.
Could you just deliver his head to your circle?
That depends on whether he resists.
He's going to resist.
Oh, that would be his fault. But nonetheless, he's not here at the moment, and no doubt if he were wise, he would not show up, except teleporting in to kidnap you two, and then teleporting out again, leaving all the rest of us here. So,
he's not going to.
again, for
but-
this...
He's not going to attempt to kidnap us. That's why he had to kill the rest of Kaderon's family. He's a coward.
Well, he has some sort of plan to murder you both, make some sort of a ritual, and he sort of needs you in order to do that ritual. So at some point, he's going to have to come and get you.
Yes, but he's not going to do it by teleporting into here.
In which case, we don't have to worry about him until after you all die in this big massacre. So, for the massacre, what all do you need me to do?
You're very pessimistic. Has anyone ever told you that?
No, I think you're all stupid. I think all of you are just completely stupid. But it is my duty
Why
to go and follow
do
your
you think-
stupidity. I do not know you, madam, and you've not given me any sort of proper introduction.
I
And I
introduced
have no time
myself.
for you. You with your bit of lies.
What
You
lie have I
too,
told?
With your lying. Oh, yes, oh, I'm not so injured, my spleen. I saw your injury, and I know exactly how good our Lord Ardzo is. I
Mm-hmm.
have no time for prevarication. I will not have it. So now, if you're going to go to yourself.
Okay, so
killed
first
by
of all,
making
you
yourself
wish to.
big, go
No,
please
no,
do
no,
so.
no, no. Monsieur, you have yelled at me,
Yes.
and you have been quite unrude and
Mhm.
quite curt. So, since you do not wish to have a very civil discussion, I have never lied to you, monsieur. I have never given you a falsehood, monsieur. I have given you my name, or at least the one I answer to as a professional, that I get paid for.
How is your injury, madame?
Quite better.
You seem completely uninjured.
There's glamour for that. And that's not a lie. That's just
Yes,
professionalism.
that's a lie.
Why is it a lie when
Is
I'm
it?
professional?
Anyway,
I'm a bard. My
I have no time
performance
for
is what
you.
I skill. But if you want to know about
you're not
Alzor,
performing now.
of course I am. I always am.
Ah, so you are a professional liar, and you have no honesty, just like your cousin has no honesty. Now,
And
Ugh.
you
want
have
to get
no
yourself
taste
killed.
or
What
skill.
all do you wish to do?
But I don't judge you for it.
Wait.
Also, this
could-
whole
you shouldn't
thing
judge me,
that
you
you
have
got
no
going
rules.
on,
Yes.
well, it was out of date
You have
4
no
centuries
room or
ago, but
authority to judge me.
I have plenty of authority to
It's called
judge you. If you think that
tradition.
you have authority to judge Alzor, then I have authority to judge you. I judge everyone. Is this not right, Buena? I judge literally everyone.
Who are pretty judgy.
Ah, good. Then I can completely dismiss anything you have to say. So, Your Grace.
Well,
As
thank you for
for
being an
this
ageist and misogynist.
plan
I
you
appreciate
have-
your efforts. And a humanist.
Excuse me. Are you a different gender than Her Grace? Are you some sort of special gender? My dismissal of you has nothing to do with your gender, whoever you might be. Your Grace. For this plan, as you,
Oh,
as the leader
that's
of
right.
this place here,
You're not a misogynist. You're an elitist, noble asshole who doesn't respect anyone who isn't of the same rank as you.
interesting. So, Your Grace,
Tell me that
for
I'm
this
wrong.
battle you have planned. Oh, I have no need to speak to you, Madame.
And there we are. So, I'll go get ready to make myself a big target, and you can come stab my
So
ex-husband.
stupid.
And we'll let Alzo bomb the hell out of them. And then when Alzor shows up, because that's what he's going to do, because he wants us alive to cut to this little blood ritual that he thinks is going to work, then you can go and kill him. If you think you can. Human. And she'll walk out the door.
Your Grace, you have a
Yes.
plan for this moment. What are your orders?
She thinks to herself, everyone to just sit down and calm the fuck up. And I think that level of frustration, she's just like, I think Kadarn gets that thought. There's just the, like, that an unintentional one. So I'm gonna sit down and calm the fuck down. But then out loud, she'll say, it's a great question. How about we see what Alzor is up to? Does that sound good, Kadarn? Should we have him scry on this Alzor blood, or should we hold on to it for at least a little bit? Are we really going to try to just go out and assassinate this guy? Is that
I
really
never
what we're
said
going to
that.
do?
No, the only thing I said was that was Eleanor's idea.
All right. I came into this late, so
We don't have to do this.
we do have a lot of fist tech, though, now.
Yes, well, Arzo's idea is something that I really, really want to see.
Just bombs the shit out of
Well,
them with
then.
fist tech.
Well,
I
it
suppose
would
I shall
neutralize
retire
a
to my
major part of the army.
quarters.
Hmm?
Would it? They're completely surrounding this place. There's over 1,000 of them. Would one catapult full of Fistek really do that?
No, but several might.
Well, if they are unintelligent enough, this wise army, to all bunch up in one space, then I suppose you can take them all out in one go. My goodness, you're all so... For people who have claimed not to be experts in tactics, your refusal to speak to the tacticians of this castle is somewhat beyond me. I am going to retire to my room while you make whatever sort of strange plans you're going to do involving letting your cousin, is it? Three-time RJ champion Kadarn just needlessly sacrifice herself in some sort of overly dramatic way for some sort of... Goodness. When you know where you want to put me, please call me. I'll be retiring to my room and perhaps reading a book and putting some sort of compress on my head as I still have a concussion. Your Highness... Oh, Grace. And he will leave.
What
Math
got
leaves,
into him?
and Brenna just sits down, and she's just like, Dan, my head hurts.
That might be due to many things, but I get the feeling that it's due to Lord Math.
It's definitely a contributor. There's a lot going on right now.
Yes, there is. He says, looking down at his stomach.
Yeah. Everyone keeps asking me, Brenna, what do we do? Brenna, what's going on? And I don't fucking know.
Well, join the club. I don't know either. I've never fought an army before.
Yeah.
My plan would just be to burn the whole shebang down.
It's not the best plan. It's not the worst plan.
You know, I could do it.
I'm well aware you're capable of burning an entire forest to the ground.
But I don't know if that is the best way to go.
Exactly.
Of all the people here, my cousin is the only one who really knows how these NL operate.
That is a guy in the basement, but you know, that's a whole different thing.
Well, him too. But how useful is the self-sacrifice option going to be? I have no idea. I don't want to see my cousin die, but I do.
I'd prefer not either.
I have the feeling that she would not offer this did she not have an idea at the back of her head?
It'd be great if she would share it with the rest of the class.
Yes, well. Extremely old beings not willing to share their plans seem to be something that we encounter on the regular now.
So frustrating, and I imagine there's like some
There's something for you to punch.
tapestry. Oh, she's going to stab something like some tapestry or decoration or vase in this room, and it's just stab. And it just shatters or breaks, whatever. She's like, puts it back in, and then she's gonna just sit on the bed next to you. I feel like it's just a tiny bit better, but still just very frustrated.
None of us ever thought, I think, that we would ever go up against an army. It was certainly not in any of the curriculums I had at Banard.
You know, as witches, we're really not supposed to get involved. But I guess they're not a typical Arbanes of Wild Hunt is in some Witcher books, so I guess it counts. Just not expected.
Aye. So what now?
That's the question, isn't it?
Because, as far as I can see, we start by sending clouds of Fistek in their numbers, potentially crippling some of them, or turning their army into the most, how is it that students put it in Oxenford? The most lit party this side of Toussaint. But I'm honestly not sure that any of it is going to work.
We're just in such unknown territory. If it was a normal fucking army, then other people would know what to do, but this situation is just so unique.
It is an army that is well equipped and well furbished. You've seen the armor that they wear.
Pain in the ass.
It is better than anything I've ever seen.
It's a pain in the ass.
Mm-hmm. Or in the guts. He looks down at his. None of your soldiers, no offense, could take on that. Could take them on.
So I could take on the regular people they've conscripted, but not the...
Yes, but the people they've conscripted, we do not want them to get hurt.
Ideally, I mean, theoretically, it's the morally good response to have, I suppose. She says that looking like she does not care a single bit if they all die or if they all live.
Well, I care.
Of course you do. A lot of people care about it, okay? I get it. It's fine. I just don't have the energy to care about a lot of things. It's very carefully curated selection.
Well, I don't have the energy to do much anyway.
I'll tuck it out.
For the next hour or so, yes.
Mm-hmm.
The sepsis is doing wonders to my system.
Yeah, it does kind of mess with your stamina and a lot of other things. It's not good, I hear.
No, it's not. Pray that you're never on the receiving end.
If there's anything I ever would pray for, it'd probably be that.
But other than that, I guess we wait until Arzo's done. I'm not gonna be of any use in a fight, strike or not, until I get
I just don't know how we could even assassinate. I don't know what to do. don't know if there's any winning this, or if we just make it as inconvenient as possible for them to win. Take them out with us.
No, but my theory that they will not want their navigators, the people like me, to die.
Mm-hmm.
It is the only thing that can keep this army going. It's the only thing that can bring them back home.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only thing that can bring supplies in from their world.
So if we kill the
Get rid of
general,
those.
we get the navigators, they get desperate and they want you an alien or even more.
We only need to make them scared of losing the navigators. So if we get the head of the Wild Hunt, I mean, for all we know, they might not even want to be here. I mean, would you follow someone whose entire military campaign is about getting back at his ex?
I don't tend to follow people, generally speaking. And I mean,
This is a hypothetical, Brenna. Please don't give me the headache you have.
No.
Exactly.
Maybe? Yes. No, that was the answer. Okay.
Imagine, would you follow me to the ends of the continent if everything I did was just to get back at Javik?
I don't know what else I had to do.
What?
What?
You're supposed to say no.
Oh.
Because it would be an immense waste of your time and resources and talent.
I don't have hardly any of those. So, I mean, I guess time. I have some time.
Talents? You're a monster hunter.
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be lots of monsters on the way.
Okay, what if I bring you to a place that there are no monsters?
Oh, there's always monsters.
Just to get...
I mean, so was Brooks at the fucking wedding recently. Come on, so there's not monsters everywhere. Then we wouldn't exist. Witches, that is. Oh. I'm sorry, am I poking holes in your theory? Your theoretical, is that... Oh.
No, you're making me hurt. You're making my inside hurt. My brain.
Ah.
You're, doing a math.
Oh, don't even get me started on that one. That he's quite tore up about your deception.
What deception?
The whole having him believe he was a
Oh.
thing is that you married your cousin. He's like, I don't know if anything Kadan said is true anymore. It's all just very sad and I feel so betrayed. I thought we were friends.
But you have to... It was so gullible, so naive. I mean, how could I not? He was raised by squirrels and trees. I mean, he knows nothing, and he believes everything so readily. I could not do it, you know? Also, with the titles all the time, I mean...
You don't like the one I gave you? The 3-time Watcher Champion, Kadan?
This is a mouthful.
That's
what she said. Yeah. But still, it is a mouthful that I don't need to hear every time. I mean...
That, if you didn't know...
He played with my blood. I think we're past titles and niceties.
Well, I should confess something. I told Mav to call you that because I thought it was a funny joke.
Really?
It was me.
So I have the title for tonight's episode. It's Confession and Con Artistry.
Because you joke all the time, and it's kind of hard to tell sometimes a lot of times when you're not joking and when you're being serious, or if you're just trying to joke to not show that you like something or something that's going on. So I thought I would do a joke back.
I joke because look at the state of this world. If you don't joke, you cry. We have entire kingdoms fighting wars for inches of swampland, committing genocide left and right just so they can have a summer house. I am responsible for the murder of countless people, most of them mages. Of course, Brenna, if I don't joke. I have to face the realization that this world is a shithole.
You want to leave?
No. And I'm one of the rare few who has the power to leave.
That's the only reason I asked.
I wouldn't want to leave.
Why?
I will fight tooth and nail for this shithole. And if I need to burn half of the North for it, I mean, I've already started.
You did get a head start, but
yeah, no, okay. That was one orgy. That's it. Cards on the table.
you're just a one-time orgy champion.
Yes.
And I'm glad I didn't turn that medal into a 3-time orgy champion trophy like I was considering. In that case. And that's not a joke, by the way. That was considering it.
What, making a trophy?
Yes, because you seemed really down about Bernard.
Well, yes. I guess, thank you. Is it why the ring has 3 spirals on it?
No, I had no input into the design. I just asked Kevin to make something nice that would suit you.
But I guess now. Oh, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Brenna, would you mind telling Math to come and see me?
Oh, time out.
Not right now. Oh.
I think we're okay. It doesn't look like it exploded on my end. It still looks like it's running, so if it did explode on your end, just refresh. But it looks like it's okay.
Okay. Right. Not right now.
Oh, nope, it literally just...
Oh, it just exploded.
Oh, we're back.
It exploded and we're back.
It's because I asked Brenna to go get Math.
No. Not right now, but...
Yeah. No, I think we should let him read a book a bit.
Probably a good idea. What do you want right now, then?
Well, I'm too tuckered out for portals, but I'm not too tuckered out for illusions.
She looks at your sepsis. Unconvinced.
I mean, I can't really move my hips a lot. But I am gifted with other body parts. You know, casting spells for 80 years gives you.
Mm-hmm.
But you know that already.
How about this? She gets a chair. She shoves it under the door handle just to make sure Math doesn't walk in or Arzo or anything. And then we'll just, like, lay on the bed next to him because I imagine he's just like sepsis. Just,
Yeah, I imagine I'm like kind of
yeah,
sitting,
like sitting up a little, like the pillows,
like in a
are-
hospital bed. Yeah, with like the
Yeah.
pillows under.
Mm-hmm. And she will carefully slide in and just move an arm, and then like get in and like put her head on your shoulder.
Yeah, that too.
Okay.
So we're gonna close the door on this evening.
Kind of have to. She blocked it.
Yep, that's right there. We're gonna let that door close. But meanwhile, the rest that you desire comes. You recover if you need to.
Yes.
You do not, because you blocked the door. Arzo does not get to come help you.
I imagine it'd be like a couple hours. It wouldn't be like for a whole. It'd just be like we need a stress.
Yeah.
cuddle.
Like at some point, I guess Arzo, when he comes up and he
Be on knock, and Brenna would be like,
he can
"Just a
just knock on the
moment."
door. And...
and she'd get up.
Well, in that case, I guess I need to roll for Arzo.
Yeah, no, it's not to like
Oh.
for permanent. It's just to make sure like no one.
I don't think you would
unexpectedly
need
opens
to
the
get
door.
up actually.
She would get up. Open the door.
Let me just check. Yeah, no, when Arzo come, the chair suddenly moves by itself.
Oh, good.
Let's see how he does on the healing hands roll. He does not get the +5. He only gets
Please.
the +2.
Please don't fumble like earlier.
22. There you go.
That's 2 rolls.
Night falls. You rest. You recover.
Brenna would go get Math after dinner. So Kadir wanted to see him.
Okay.
Your Grace?
He's probably
Yes.
in the room because like he still has a concussion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Your Grace.
Yes. Could I trouble you for some of your time?
Of course, anything you wish.
Yes. Kadir would like to speak with you.
Right. Do I need anything?
I don't believe so, but I'll make sure I get that blood sample for you for later. I'm gonna get things
Oh yeah.
some things organized. If you need me, I'll be upstairs.
Yeah. All right. I will follow you then.
She'll lead up to Kadir's room.
And you can tell that he's like, I don't know what this means because you just said you were leaving. And he's like, well, hold
Yeah,
on.
yeah.
this
She
is not
she
a
would
group
she would
meeting."
she would take him up. Yep, and then
Hey, Maf.
close the door on my way out.
Oh,
A three-time OG champion Kadan.
Unless
you can stop calling me that. I think we're past
What
the 3 times.
appellation?
Origin. I don't think we
With
need an
appellation, shall I-
appellation.
We do. We always need an appellation. Shall I call you Master Kadan then? Or would that be?
How about you call me friend?
Well, that's a little bit difficult to do.
I
when I
need
don't think we are.
that. Maf. Have you seen the state of the world?
Yes.
There are only 2 reactions you can have to how everything is. You either make fun of it, you make light of it, or you spend your life eternally dissatisfied, angry. I chose to make fun of everything.
Oh, there are more than 2 choices.
Now, when you boil it down, there's only 2 choices.
Oh, definitely not.
You either don't care or you care. And if you care,
Um,
then you have 2 choices. Pretend not to, or cry to sleep at night.
Have you seen the state of the world? Perhaps you're not seeing it well.
I will tell you what I told Brenna earlier. Out of everyone here, I'm one of the rare few who can flee the world if he wants to. And I'm not going to.
Why would you?
Because I think most people would.
Why would they? They only would do so if they're silly.
Because most
This
people
world-
have.
It's a wonder.
Is it?
Indeed it is.
It's genocide and theft and rape and destruction and everything.
I fear you're looking at the wrong spots of this world. This world is also the most amazing trees you'll ever see. This world is a brook that goes through the forests. This world is ancient. This world has smells and knowledges that go far beyond the convergence. This world is ancient. It has a past. It is the sun on your skin as you're walking through the forest. It is the cycle of nature. It is.
And all of this is slowly being destroyed.
Yes, well, that's why you have to fight against it. And please do not think that people like us have the power ultimately to destroy nature. Now, I will say the logging is a problem. We can do damage to it, but that's why you have people who are the guardians of nature, who stand up for these things. I mean, and also, I will tell you this, if somehow all of us went away, nature would continue on and continue its beauteousness. This world is not shit. Well, or you could say there might be shit, but shit's manure that allows flowers to grow. It's all part of the cycle of life, my dear friend. Well, I'm sorry. Not the way to put it. It's part of the cycle of life. This is a world of laughter and joy. Yeah, certainly trials and tribulations, but this world is greater than us. I am just a small speck, sort of an insignificant piece when faced with the glory that is the natural world. I just walk upon this planet. Well, we all do. If we are grateful and thoughtful, we can be reminded that we live in a wonder. It's just a bit of a privilege to even be here. I don't know why you'd ever want to leave this place. This place is...
I might have grown a
Yeah.
bit cynical after 88 years.
Well, you should probably go and stay in nature a bit longer. Spend more time with the things that really matter. And the two things that matter. Nature, that's one. Keeping ourselves connected to the currents of the earth. The flow, the energy of nature itself is healing. One, that's the first thing. Spend a bit more time in forests. Two, with those that you love. That's the second thing. Well, I presume that, sort of pointing at the ring, that they are those that you love. Those things give joy. Those things matter. Having friendship, having trust, having people who care about you, vice versa, and knowing that we are the stewards of the world, the ancient knowledges.
I tend to, as you might have seen, drive away people because I don't take them seriously, because I lie, and because I am generally a shit person. I'm like a reflection of this world.
But this is not what the world is. You may be fertilizer, but you're not shit.
But I'll just
Fertilizer as a function.
think of myself as fertilizer instead.
Well, no.
What I
Stabbing
mean,
yourself in the heart is not helpful.
what I mean to say,
Who do you want to be? Be whoever you want to be. You can remake yourself. You don't have to be shit. You can, every moment. You know, what's wonderful about nature is that it doesn't judge you. It just lets you be, and it changes every day. Every day, something lives and dies, and you, yourself, can be someone different today than you were yesterday. You always have a choice. Just like the waves of the ocean just change the sands, or the way a flower grows, falls, and grows again. The way that you might be sort of picked up by a lesson, carried to safety. Just like you might be sort of befriended by the sounds of water. You can always be different than you were before. You don't have to be shit if you don't want to be, so just don't be. Be different. Reconnect, not with the void or chaos, but with the earth itself. And let the earth sustain you. I mean, we are nothing but the product of the earth. Everything we eat or breathe comes from the source of something much bigger than us as individuals, and it can give us strength to move forward when we have nothing else. And then that itself, the world itself, is so immense that if you have the earth, then you have everything. And you could be anything. Could be loved. You could be not alone. You're not alone in the forest. So just don't be shit. Be yourself that you wish to be. A better self. And recognize this is not a world of shit. Sure, are there people who are thieves and all of that? Yes, but those people are disconnected and lost. If they are reconnected to what matters, to the beauty of this world, then they will. There's no need to do those things once you're reconnected. You can just, from this moment, this exact moment that we are in the world. Hidden. May I? So sorry. May I touch your hands?
Yeah. I'll extend a hand.
Right. I'm going to put your hand in mine. Right? In between mine. I want you to listen. Right? I want you to listen. Close your eyes and listen. Listen very closely. You have a window in this room. If you send your thoughts out, you can hear the breeze through the palisades. That breeze is part of the world. It's like the whisper of the earth. If you listen, you can hear the crackle, the creak of branches in the wind. And you can know that there's sap in those branches. And there's water on the planet, on this earth. And that everything around us has come to sustain us, you see. Yes, right now we're disconnected because we're in some sort of castle. It separates us from the things that matter. But you listen, you can hear it. And if you reconnect to your humanity, to your connection to this planet, why do you think all of those people from the Convergence have come here? Because this place is special. And then anything that walks upon it is special. Everything is special. Every sort of creature, those they call monsters or not, everything here is special. Means you can choose who you wish to be from this moment forward. And every moment is a continuous choice of who you wish to be. You can be the hero in your dreams. You can be, well, you can be someone that's worthy of the love of a countess. Admittedly, married countess, which is a bit awkward, but nonetheless.
All I wanted to say was I wanted to apologize. Now you have me maybe perhaps one day wanting to visit a druid circle. It was not what I was signing up for when I asked Brenna to send you here.
Oh, you should. They're special, and I know you struggle with chaos and all of that. Magic could help. What's most important is that you do right by her grace. There's something larger than all of us here. You have to hold on to that. I do. I hold on to what's larger. We're not just individuals by ourselves. Everything we do impacts others. Even if you don't ever see others, you still impact them. It hurt my feelings that you made fun of me.
Well, you're not the first. But
You are not the first who's made fun of me.
you might be the last. Up until now, I never really cared about who I lied to, because who cares? But apparently I care now. So
Oh.
I'm sorry.
You've already changed, haven't you?
It might be because I'm getting feverish due to the whole sepsis.
Well, I can fix that. Well, one moment.
No, please
Essential
don't.
oils.
Don't.
Essential
No.
oils will be
No.
to it.
No.
Health. You know, a little bit
I
of
don't-
essential oils.
I don't need
Crystals.
oil. I don't need oil or crystals.
Are you sure?
please. Yes.
It's
I think
a
I just
healing
need to sleep
process.
right now. It took.
Right.
Apologizing is harder than opening a portal, apparently.
Well, you know, my own way, I've told you things I've not told anyone for a while.
Like
Because,
what?
you know, I thought, well, I told you what it's like to be cast out from your family. You know, and that can be distressing. You have to find different ways to deal with that, you know?
Yeah, and I
To think none of that was true. What you
no,
said.
no. Imagine that the only thing that wasn't true was the NL part. Everything else that I told you that happened to me on this world, it did happen to me.
But your blood is special. I've tasted
Yeah,
it.
a very minute amount of it.
Yeah.
That's all. That is all.
And I shall leave you be, but I should tell you that this plan, all of your cocking up, does not seem wise.
It is not a plan, it is an idea. That's all I know. But I am not a general. I'm not going to tell other people what to do. But, like I told Brenna, I don't think my dear cousin would commit suicide via wild hunt. I think she has an idea. But, as you might have noticed, a lot of older people tend to keep us in the dark.
There are lots of ifs and buts. If ifs and buts were berries and nuts, then we could eat and by foraging all day. I think that's how they're saying it.
Oh, okay.
Berries, you know, if berries and nuts. Ifs.
Yes.
You all seem to have it all stitched
Well-
up, at least your idea. I'm
We
here to
have an idea.
support.
I'm
It's
waiting
not
to
you.
hear more.
Master Kadan,
Yes.
you must know that I must take a bit of time to think about all this, but I made sure that you got through that portal safe. I will
Mhm.
make sure that you do not. I will do my best, at least, to make sure you do not die, nor Her Grace, nor Lord Arthur. But none of these other people can. None of the rest of them who do not appreciate my wisdom or brilliance, they mock me and they dismiss me. I will not have it. I will not spend my time overly concerned about those who see me as ridiculous. But you three, I will protect as best I can. But I cannot stop you from running about and keeping targets on yourselves. I cannot give you counsel if you will not listen. I cannot heal you if you will not take it.
I get that.
I will let you suffer with your sepsis.
Yeah, you do that.
I would tell you a bedtime story. My daughter loves them. Quite good with
I'm
bedtime stories.
I'm good with bedtime stories. If you see Brenna,
Shall I call her to you?
well, my door is open, but I think I will probably
Mm.
pass out now.
All right. Because I could accidentally come across her, tell her that you might need to speak with her, share your feelings, perhaps. You know, since you're in a mood, perhaps it might be a moment for you to, especially if you're all about to go in some sort of suicidal monstrosity of madness, it might be the moment to share your feelings with her. Perhaps in a song or a poem, something dramatic. I get to, you know what, I'm going to go and just call her down. Shouldn't pass out just yet. I'm just going to call her down. Remember, every day you get to be a new person. You can always be who you wish to be. I'll just go get her. Pat you awkwardly on the shoulder. See, heads over to where Brenna is.
Brenna,
Upstairs.
Uh-huh.
are you upstairs?
Well, I'm headed that way now.
Could you roll me an awareness, please?
I'm headed upstairs, like, to make it seem like I'll be coming down the stairs or just be upstairs and have been upstairs the whole time and not just like outside of the door making sure Kadarin apologized to Math. But I would love to roll you an awareness. Give me one moment. I only have one monitor, so.
That's fair. I understand.
Awareness.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna put a bunch of luck in it, cause why not?
Put half, not a bunch, just half.
I was thinking 3 luck.
Because you don't know. You don't know.
Yep. Is there any group luck?
There are 5. Well, 5. I'm sorry. Apparently.
Can I take a group
Yes.
luck? Okay.
Yes. Yes. Take 2.
I'll take 2. There we go. Boop, 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 boop.
There you go.
That's good. 23.
Yeah, that is actually pretty good. You rolled a 3.
I did roll a 3. Yes, that's the 5
Yep.
luck helped a lot with that.
The
yeah.
5 helped a lot with that. You are hurrying away from Kadarn's room and making your way up the stairs. And like kind of zigzagging to go up to the next floor. And as you do,
Taking the stairs 2 at a time.
taking the stairs 2 at a time, out of the corner of your eye, you see Eleanor standing in one of the windows, looking out. And her staff is in her hand.
Skid on the step like a toddler who suddenly stops running. Is like, walk backwards down the steps. What are you doing?
Watching.
With your staff out?
Alzur is going to come here.
Did you do something to make that happen?
No, I did nothing to make that happen.
How do you know he's coming here then?
Because your friend, the druid, is not wrong about one thing. Kadarn and I are the last 2 left.
Do you think he'll be here like very soon, or you just keeping an eye out? I have some of his blood. If we can have the druid scry on him.
You could have the druid scry on him, I'd recommend it. But he's not the immediate concern.
No, what is the immediate concern?
He's there.
Who's there? Your ex-husband?
He's testing your boundaries. I've been keeping him out for a little while, but don't know how long it'll work.
Like minutes, hours, days, seconds.
I'm not sleeping tonight, if that tells you anything.
Okay, can I just... And Math is going to be looking for me. And I just
I-
start walking back
I
down.
want you to know 2 things.
Oh,
Anna.
yes. Can I get you anything also? Can I have something sent for you since you're setting up tea?
Tea would be lovely, darling. It's
Okay.
not important. I'm not trying to kill myself with this idea.
Okay.
That's why I said you should be there hidden to then come and stab him repeatedly and hopefully give him sepsis. Although, if you really wanted, I would love it if you'd cut his dick off so we could feed it to him.
Seems like it could be lengthy, and I'd rather just get it over with.
That is fair. I do understand. It is my personal reactions and desires on that note. I understand that. Your druid.
Mm-hmm. He's an experience.
Oh, very much of one.
I did warn you.
If you want to know what else I think, you have to ask.
What do you think?
I think your druid is not incompetent, but I think he is an abrasive asshole who will make things worse for you in the long run. I think his abilities are important, but he doesn't see everything that he thinks he does.
No, he's like super young.
He's not about young. He's not actually, he's 27. Remember,
Yeah.
humans don't
He's very
live that
young.
long.
I mean, Gavra's like 50.
Yes, darling, and for being as wealthy as he is, he might live to be 80. But them,
He's a druid. He's gonna like cling on forever. So like nibble ginseng and stuff. They look like 1,000 of those little wrinkles, but yeah, he's gonna cling on forever.
theoretically, he's as mature for his people as you are for yours.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Bitches have a worse life expectancies than humans, so I mean, yeah. But you know, I don't think he has many friends.
Probably not ones that are conversant in this particular language, at least, and not walking upright
No,
on
I'm
a
not-
bipedal method or bleed red.
Yeah, I don't think he has. No, I don't even know if he has many of those. Imagine the talking drives a lot of them away. Just, I mean, have you ever seen a squirrel sit still for a monologue? I mean, I haven't. They're busy.
Also, rodents. Why do I want to monologue at a rodent?
I'm sure Mav would. It's a druid thing. I don't know. It's a thing. Maybe he'll gain wisdom through this tragic, terrible experience.
What are the odds on that one going? I think long and short.
I don't know, but he had a very interesting conversation with Catan a few minutes ago. That think Catan wants to go visit like a druid ring now. Don't say I overheard this conversation. I was supposed to be upstairs the whole time, but yeah, it was something. He surprises you sometimes, but most of the time you just kind of want to mildly stab him. But just then is just useful enough and like vaguely amusing enough to like spare the stab.
I'll trust your advisement on that one, darling.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm also happy for you.
She looks at her. How are you happy for me? I'm so stressed out.
And she'll reach over and tap the necklace that you're wearing.
Doesn't make her look any less stressed out.
You picked something for you.
Yeah, it just kind of happens.
But you made
Don't-
the choice.
I did. I will see if I regret it. I don't know.
Some of your choices you will regret. Some you will feel that you should regret, but realize it is beneficial in the long run.
Ugh.
And some you will say that the pain was worth the joy.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I just wish I knew what was going on in his stupid head.
Darling, he's a male. You'll never understand what's going on in their stupid heads.
I hear Math coming up the stairs.
Good.
I'll have tea sent for you. I'm just gonna go. Like, meet Math on the stairs.
And she'll go and she'll like sit in the window ledge of this, looking out.
I'll flag
over
a
the
servant.
battlefield.
And then be like, oh, Math, how did your conversation with Catan go?
Well, I think that he's about that time when he may wish to retire. Though I do sense that he might wish to speak with you, and before he retires, as the Countess of the castle, as a guest that he's injured as he is, it may be useful for you to go spend a few moments to check in on him.
I'll check in on him. You seem to be in a better mood.
Perhaps. I was just reminded, of course, about the importance of nature.
Glad you had a good talk, and I'll give him an awkward pat on the shoulder. Like he gives out.
And he doesn't think it's awkward at all. He thinks it's like the least awkward.
Uh-huh.
But here,
And he hands you a flower.
I went flower picking when I was out with
Oh.
Dad, and so I'll hand that to you. You may have it. Flower. It's not magical or anything like this, but it's a flower. So you can remember, nature.
I will think of nature when I look at flowers, and I quickly go down the stairs to get an answer.
Good evening.
Good night.
I'm going to time.
And Math goes off to his.
I just open the door to Kadan's room. I don't knock. I just. Mav said you wanted to see me.
Wait, I have to ask for the audience, is that a full-on lean up on the door pose? Are you Han Soloing this door? The audience needs to know.
Just a little bit, yeah. He didn't say what for though. It's something about you being super sepsis-y or something. About to go to bed.
Oh, I thought we could just resume where we were.
There's a look that crosses her face very quickly.
Why are you leaning like this?
It's comfortable.
I didn't say I didn't like it.
She looks like she might do it again. It's like, no. Howdy arms. Fine. But only for a little bit. There's apparently stuff going on.
Well, I am going to pass out for the night, one way or another.
Alright. That's fine.
I would rather pass out in your arms than pass out in, well, by myself.
You don't like being alone, do you?
Being alone is fine sometimes. But, you know, when you've been alone for almost a century, and my talk with Math might have something perspective.
What about perspective?
Nothing I care to talk about tonight, please.
So it's like tomorrow. It's because honestly we don't have much time because Mr. Wild Huntman is testing our perimeter's defenses right now, and Eleanor is keeping him out. I like sit back down. But
if we survive, then I will lay all the cards on the table. How about that?
I don't know if you're like aware of our odds of survival, but they're not great.
All the more reason to make sure we survive.
It's not great incentive.
I find myself to be a great incentive for a lot of people.
Got used to getting away.
Sorry, did you say I'm used to getting away or to get my way?
Both.
Oh. Yeah, it's more like the latter. Also, have you noticed that I did not teleport out of any conversations today?
Very proud of you.
I'd deserve something for this.
What do you think you deserve?
I don't know. Right now, I'm craving some sort of like cookie or cake.
Just pat you on the head.
How very math of you.
No, he does the awkward shoulder pats. It's very awkward. How about this? And she'll give him a kiss on the forehead.
Yay.
Good.
But
What a good lad. Not teleporting away from all of your problem-filled conversations.
Yeah. Speaking of running away from conversations, I figure you have a lot to take care of.
I did tell you. I did tell you I talked with my husband, right? No, I haven't told you that yet. I had a conversation with my husband.
Darren turns livid, and it's not due to the sepsis.
Pallid. You turn pallid, not livid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Livid
No,
means
isn't-
you're angry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, pallid. Yeah.
Valid. Yeah. I I told him about it. Like, it's a very, very brief synopsis of the travels since leaving, and I may have mentioned, because you know I'm very, very, very terrible at lying, and you know, some stuff like that. I may have told him that I liked you.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, I didn't. I wasn't sure. I didn't. What a surprise.
Which part?
I'm making fun of. Keep going, please.
And he didn't seem very surprised. But then he said that he would like to include you, to invite you to stay at the castle. That's what he said.
What does that mean?
Um,
Stay at the castle, I understand that part. It's the include me.
uh-huh. You're a smart orgy champion, Kadan. What do you think it means?
Oh.
But I've been thinking about it.
Well, you see, I
And,
have said things about the good Baron. Counts.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Some of these might have been said in jest. But at the same time, not Gavril is not really.
I did some thinking on it during the several hours I've had. I think it's been like a day, maybe. Yeah, because it was like the last day about it, and I don't think I want to share you with him.
This is a lot of information. My teleportation reflexes are tingling.
I would stab you.
Given my current state, I do not doubt it. That's a lot of info. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tell you what to do.
I didn't tell
Not
him the
going-
last part because I hadn't thought about it enough at that point yet to make a decision. I just know it felt funny, and then I realized that's why.
Yeah, that's a lot of things to mull over. You know, the
Mhm.
on the eve of a
Mhm.
potentially lethal battle.
Mhm. I thought it might help your thought process because you know you were saying that you'd lay all the cards out on the table if we survive. But here's new information for you, so you're welcome.
Okay.
Mhm.
It doesn't change my opinion of Gavril.
No, that's fine.
I just
Felt like you should
as a
know.
general rule, I tend not to like nobility.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I'll stay at their castles. I'll eat their food. I'll attend their weddings.
Yep, I've noticed these things. Yes.
But ugh. Okay. What do you mean by you don't want to share me, though?
With my husband, I don't want to. I don't want him to have you too.
Okay. Did you tell him that?
I haven't got no, because I hadn't decided that, and I haven't really run into him since I've decided that. I had to think about it. What he said caught me by surprise. It caught you by surprise too, though. To be fair.
Yes,
Yes, so-
it did.
I had to process it, and then I realized. So you're the first to know. Most second, no.
All right, well then. One more thing on the list of things to do if we survive.
Do you enjoy frustrating me?
Do you do what?
Hmm?
No, Simon didn't hear you.
Oh, do you enjoy frustrating me?
What have I done to frustrate you? Aside from just being sexy and inaccessible, given the sepsis.
Lindy's, my first thought was, oh, if I wanted to access you, I would. I think Brenna would say that because she's irritated. She's irritable right now. If I wanted to access you, I would. I mean, if you wanted.
I am quite powerless right now, Countess. It's true, my staff is all the way over there.
Oh, and you telekinesis to the chair away from the door earlier.
Yeah, but I'm all tuckered out from the telekinesis.
Oh, you poor thing. I guess I should just let you get some rest then.
I wasn't lying when I said I am about to pass out. But before I fall unconscious for a good night's rest, what do you mean by frustrating?
What do you mean? By what do I mean?
I only said if we survive, we'll have that other thing to talk about. And then you said I frustrate you. So I assume it's something I said. But that's the only thing I said, and I don't get how that can be frustrating.
Well, there's a lot of things that you have or have not said, Kadan, that frustrate me. And I have said a lot of things as well tonight that I've kept to myself, so I think I'm done here, unless you have anything else you want to say.
Well, I have one observation before you leave. I think all of those mutagens they pumped you full of, I think they're starting to wane because I'm sensing you have a bit more of a handle on your feelings. How about that for frustrating?
No, I've definitely been like all feelings irritated for months now. Just
All right, good night.
good night. Very heftily closes the door behind her.
As you heftily close the door behind
And you hear her muttering something about Mahakam on her way out, but it's just very just Mahakam. Can't believe.
And as you close the door, I
Stop
need
upstairs.
3 rolls.
Okay.
Math. I need you to very kindly roll me a, let's say, ritual casting would be the appropriate roll here. Well, actually, it's technically 4 rolls. Thank you very much. I appreciate.
23.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll come back to that. Brenna, I need you
Yes.
to roll me a awareness or
Okay.
witcher training. One of those 2 things.
Let's see.
As you close the door.
Yes. Oh, might not be a good idea to leave him alone. I'll roll Witcher training because it's been a minute since I've rolled Witcher training. Honestly, I've rolled a bunch of awareness recently, so, and I'll put my last luck into it. 3 more luck. We still have 3 in the chat.
Mhm.
I'll save that for whoever else. I'll just roll with my own 3. 26.
26. Kadarn, I need you to roll me a magical training, please.
Yes. Can I put my luck in it?
You can.
All right, I'm gonna dump all of my luck in it because we're probably done. 29.
29. So, backtracking to the ritual casting, Math, as you go back to your room and go to get some rest, you notice that bowl you cleaned so well. It was very well cleaned. It was aggressively cleaned really, really well. It's going to be slightly messy, as it seems to briefly, for a moment, spark and catch fire, and then fade out.
We'll have to destroy that. Bola never use it.
Probably. I mean, it might be a good idea, although it might be somebody else attempting to destroy things. You never know.
Well, yeah, no. Somebody's corrupted it so that we can't use magic. So we're not going to use that magic, right? So we'll just destroy that, and that's that.
You do know, however, Math, with that 23, that while whatever they were doing was a countermeasure, it was a countermeasure to stop you from accessing information about them, but it did not give them any further information about you. You know this based on the way your magical the magical role work, the ritual casting role work for you, okay? This is information that Math knows.
Yeah, so basically I will not be able to scroll on our targets.
With that bowl. You could use a different bowl. You have a whole lot of them. There's a whole kitchen.
Yes, but I imagine they probably are scrying on us now and know it. So I imagine, and if they're like a master, they've taken care of it. Like
that was an attempt to stop them from stop you from scrying on them in this moment. But you know, based on your ritual casting, they are not scrying on you.
Right. No, I'm just saying, if they know where my bowl is, that I would scry on them, and where, like, we are talking about somebody who is very, very
No,
powerful.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should be more clear. They're not scrying on your bowl. They're not looking for your bowl. They just lit their own blood on fire. They did not. They lit their own blood on fire. They were not able to scry on you. These are two things you know. Now,
right, but
what you choose to do with that information is yours, but I want to make sure you have the correct information that I am giving and giving you.
Right, yeah, that somebody is able to put an anti-scry spell upon themselves to stop themselves from being scryed upon.
Or at least with that particular amount of blood. It is what they did. How? I'm about to tell you how they do that.
Okay.
2. That Witcher training. Your medallion is vibrating as you close the door.
Like, is it getting more vibration as I get out, or is it getting less?
A little bit less as you close the door.
I just open the door again.
And Kadarn, a small standing portal opens briefly, and a letter falls out of it and
Holy
disappears.
shit! I thought it was a teleporting gnome.
I'm not going to give you a teleporting gnome. Why would I give you
That would be awesome.
I'm not going to give you a teleporting gnome. Gnomes are too fun for other things. The portal, it's small, and a letter pops out and lands on you.
I'll just look at the ceiling and just say, fuck you. And then open the letter.
I kept my word. And then you decided to change the deal. The deal is no longer valid. Whoop! We lost a Brenna.
She was just so shocked.
She was just so shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just pop that in for right now.
So it just says we had a deal and you changed the.
No, they say I kept my end of the I kept my end of the deal. You changed the parameters. The deal is gone.
I have no idea what they mean by that.
And then at the bottom, there's just this long black mark. It looks kind of like a lightning bolt. Very stylized.
Well, I think I know what that lightning bolt, where it came from, but I mean who it is.
Yeah. And Math, to answer your question, to answer the question about how that happened, he did something on his end to attack his own blood.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I got that. He basically made himself unscryable, right? He's protected himself from scrying.
No, it's not protecting himself from scrying. You can still scry on him. He just destroyed the blood that was in the bowl.
Yeah, because you could use.
But I did not have his blood in the bowl.
I thought.
No, because
okay.
Brenna gave him. Brenna had a what was it? A vial that she
I thought she gave it.
She has a napkin.
She wrung out. Yeah, she wrung out the napkin
into the
after
vial.
the fight. Yeah.
And I thought she gave. I thought she just gave it to him. I thought she just gave it to him at the end.
He's not been. No, and also he's not scryed on. He hasn't done anything to scry on the fellow.
Rewind that whole thing. You see the vial go up in flames. You don't see the bowl. You just see the vial.
Also, I'm still not quite certain that I don't think she gave it to him yet. So I think she still has it.
Okay, then in that case, it doesn't happen.
Well, I mean, it happens to Brenna, I guess.
It happens to Brenna. Brenna sees it. The point is, you can still scry on him. He's just attempting to clean up after himself. That which is an entirely different ability, and theoretically, you can scry on him without his blood. It's harder, but you can do it.
We don't have the materials for it.
We'd have to get a lot of cheese.
There's a bunch of alchemy cards we do not have in order to do that, and we're stuck in a castle.
But
presumably he's given himself a bonus, yeah, to like stop being scryed upon.
Yeah.
If he's able to like, yeah.
He behind the curtain rule. No, he has not given himself a bonus to stop being scryed upon. All he's been able to do is actively destroy this one component. He did not roll high enough to protect himself against scrying. He only rolled high enough to protect himself to destroy a component. I did roll for them.
Would he have destroyed all of his blood around the world? Like if there was like more than one bit of blood somewhere, right? That he would have like. Is this like a universal like an EMP that destroys all of his blood that's outside of his body?
No. With the 23, I will give you the 29 that Kadarn has. He targeted, and the letter, he only targeted the blood that she would have had on the sword, because you broke a deal. You stabbed him.
I didn't, so fuck him. I'm not the one who stabbed. I'm just saying. I'm not
also not saying that the man is well adjusted and also not a sociopathic narcissist.
No, it's he can think whatever he wants. The point is, we gave him a tummy ache.
You did
and that was the most important thing.
You did give him sepsis. So, like I said, he did not EMP his entire bloodline. He did not do anything like that. He did not roll high enough to prevent you from scrying on him. All he was able to do was roll high enough to target this one batch of blood that was on the that he knows was left behind because he got stabbed. Right? That's it. To clean it off. and you know that he is not actively scrying on you, and that he is not actively able. The only reason he can send the letter through teleport without scrolling, because you can teleport on someone without scrolling if you know them. You teleport without scrying because if you know them. So he's not with that ritual crafting and that 29, he's not actively, and that 29, he's
not
not
spying on us. It's just that he knows me, so
he can send you a letter.
Yeah. So the ritual you didn't actually protect us. The one that you did with by hijacking Javik's thing to keep us from being targeted by him is not actually going to.
No, the ritual the ritual that he hijacked for Javik prevented him from being able to scry on you, and prevented him from being able to possess you.
I did that?
When you
did.
grabbed Javik's ritual as it was about to, implode magic all over the place.
Oh yeah, right.
And you also did it so that the wild hunt couldn't target you. And you succeeded on 2 out of 3. And the third caused Javik's death.
Yeah. Sorry, that was a while ago.
Yes, it was. It was the end of a season ago. It was technically 2 seasons ago.
Yeah.
But yes, so what you did succeed in preventing him from spying on you. You did succeed in preventing him from being able to possess you, and you were going to use it to prevent the wild hunt from being able to target you. You didn't roll high enough. Javik died.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah, I remember now why.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's all coming back.
It's all coming back to you now.
Poor idiot.
Mm.
Oh well.
So
Javik's dead.
So yes, so to sum up what everybody knows and to make sure everything understands, because I as a GM misunderstood what happened. And is Trooper not there now?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, your
Yeah,
camera
no,
froze.
there's everyone's sort of like stuttering for me.
Oh, okay, so it's
Oh.
Twitch. All right.
No, I mean on the Zoom, so I don't know if it's
Oh,
me.
my Zoom is looking good.
Yeah, no, you're all back. You're all back. It just it for a while it was like
All right. So to sum up, well then Math doesn't know anything because it wasn't with him.
Correct.
No, but I guess we'll tell Lindy and then...
Yeah, we'll tell Lindy.
Yeah.
I'll make sure to make a note of this for next week, which is the finale.
Yeah, what the fuck?
You guys did a lot of very emotional conversations, and things were beginning to happen, but you didn't choose to do any of them. The only thing that was destroyed was the blood that he personally knew its existence of in that moment. He was only able to target one. He is not able to scry on you. He is not able to possess you. He sent the letter to let you know that a deal was broken because you stabbed him.
He should be able to possess and scry on Math, because Math was not included in that other ritual.
Yeah, but Math wasn't there, I think.
He might possibly be able to scry on Math. It also it would depend on how the magic, because the scrying, depending on how the magic, how close Math is to other people that he can't scry on in that moment, right? Because that did happen. That is magic that is in effect. He can't scry on you.
I always thought he could only do that to like students of Banard.
He can only possess certain students of Banard, to your knowledge. That you are aware of.
Although he possessed that random dude, who I don't think was that random dude that we saw, where he like.
Yeah, but you don't know
did
anything
that
about him,
in
so.
Mahakam. Yeah.
No, the guy in Mahakam could have been a student at some point.
He was
Or in
casting.
some other ways.
It could have
aware
been a
of him.
student of Banard or his personal apprentice or someone he had to have a connection with, right? Like he had to have a magical
Yeah.
connection to them.
Yeah, like he might have, yeah.
That was an answer that could have been that exists. But you know that the letter has been dropped. You know he's not scrying on you. You know that right now you are protected. And with a 29 in magical training, I will even say, Kadern, you felt the last time that it's that level of like the portal opened, the letter dropped, and at the same time you feel like somebody shoving their full body weight against a door and somebody holding it in place so it doesn't move.
What?
You basically felt Alienor keep them out. With a 20.
Okay, I thought it was like Brenna on the door.
No, not a metaphysical door.
A metaphorical door.
Could I have seen very quickly what was on the other side of that portal?
Mm-hmm.
Like the room or what have you?
You could roll me an awareness, and I'll even tell you that there are 3 points of luck still in chat.
I'm not gonna ask Trooper's permission because I am an evil Canadian and he keeps reminding me of it. So I will steal those 3 points, which because they are 3 American luck points, it actually counts for 5 for me.
Wow.
No, but with 3 luck, that's a 23.
With a 23?
But you know what, though? We bought out Tim Hortons, so suck it, Canadian. I think that we did that right.
It actually belongs to a Brazilian corporation, same as Burger King and Wendy's.
Oh, well. Well, the Brazilians did it.
Yeah, it really sucks.
All right. With a 23, however, I will tell you, you do manage to get a glimpse through the portal to see what's on the other side. It is not a room. It is woods. And with a 23, you see a small fire, like the reflection thereof, and a you know, it's woods, a small fire, no tent that you can see, at least through this glimpse, and you see his staff.
Okay, so he's like somewhere in the woods. So
yeah.
I will assume somewhere nearby.
Given the amount of fog, it might be possible to make that claim. And with that image of his staff, it's covered in blood. So, that's the end of our penultimate episode. We went over. I'm sorry, but you guys do some really great RP, and I just got there and go, well, this is really good, and I'm not going to interrupt this motion of character development.
I saw the time at the very last second earlier, and I'm like, shit.
Yeah.
Covered in blood.
Yes.
Just writing it down. Gotta take the notes.
Yeah, the notes are important. Thank you for taking notes, by the way, Trooper. I think we should let you talk first, because you weren't here at the beginning.
I'm Trooper SJP. And I played Lord Math Varen. And you can find me, let's see, today is Sunday, so you can find me tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. for the season finale of Montreal by Night over at Wandering DM's channel. That's 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And then you can find me on Friday over at my channel, Trooper SJP, at 7 p.m. Eastern for the Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Draenix campaign. And then you can find me here at Praxis channel at 8 p.m. Eastern on Sunday for the finale the season finale of Witcher Road's Home,
Series.
and then
Series.
and then after that, we're gonna just go and like just do more Witcher Road's Home, and that's what's gonna happen.
Series finale.
Dang it! I just thought if I said it, you'd
No.
be like, oh yeah, and you just.
No, because then I'd have a small scheduling problem, Trooper.
That's true, because we got this other thing going on. I need
Yes,
some
other thing
ties.
is happening. Hey Simon, how are you?
Hello. Get out of there. Get out. Sorry, people have learned that they can go under my computer desk and mess with the cables so that I give them immediate
Oh.
attention.
Oh no!
So hey, I'm Simon at Wandering DM. Like Trooper said, tomorrow night at 8:30 p.m. is the season finale for Vampire the Masquerade, Montreal by Night. Then on Saturday, so we've been missing a couple of Saturdays because a lot of things have been happening health-wise all around our little table for Scion. So the end of the epic fight against Raijin will probably be this Saturday. But also, this Sunday, I'll be over on Greater Restoration to play a charity game of Spelljammers, where I'm going to play the most affectionate, tiny wizard that you've ever seen before. He's just a friend, F-R-E-N. He's definitely a friend. And yeah, and if I had any bits that I loved today, would be everything, all of the scenes,
Yeah.
all of the like,
Yeah.
laying out of the everything, and that's it for me.
Well, we'll also see you tomorrow, right, Simon?
And that's what I said.
Oh yeah, I missed that part. I thought you said Saturday and
No.
Sunday.
Tomorrow first.
Tomorrow first. Oh, that's important. Hey everybody, thank you for being here. Thank you for staying late with us. Thank you to my wonderful players for beautiful moments of storytelling and RP, and this is a wonderful, wonderful thing. Yeah, Malk, what is Simon doing tomorrow? It's the same thing that Trooper is doing tomorrow, and me, your friendly neighborhood Prax, at George Nolan on Twitter, or Praxorthesmia4, as you see me around here on Twitch, will maybe be showing up late for the season finale of Vampire the Masquerade Montreal by Night. Maybe, depending on how my schedule works. I have to do an adult thing. It's a very important adult thing, so we'll see what happens. But thank you again for being here. Thank you to my beautiful players for beautiful story moments. And this is like, this entire episode is one of the reasons I love this game so much, and I love how wonderful you all are and the beautiful things you bring to the table and the story we have created so far together. And I am looking forward to seeing what happens on Sunday with the series finale of Witcher Road's Home. But first, I'll probably be able to find me over on, hopefully, Simon's channel if my adult thing happens in the right time frame. I do have a note from Lindy. Lindy is very apologetic. The battery on her laptop died, so she could not be here for the last 15 minutes. And she did say her favorite part was Math and Kadern's conversation. I'm assuming that's heart-to-heart about apologizing and all of these things and dealing with their trauma. Maybe.
My favorite was the conversations between Kadern and Brenna, and I was just like, "Oh, say it! No, oh, say it!" I was muted, so it was fine. I could emote as much as I wanted to.
It was great. We watched all the emoting. I loved all of the conversations. I loved that. I loved Ardzo, and I loved the intoxicated conversation between, well, not fully intoxicated, but White Gull assisted conversation between Ardzo, Kadern, and Eleanor. And Eleanor did answer you questions, Kadern. She wasn't being, like, snooty. I know better because I'm old. You just didn't talk to her about the idea she had. And then...
No, I know, but it works with everything that's been happening.
This is fair. But so I love every moment of this. You will also find me back here Thursday and Friday. Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. And then Friday, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. I'll post it. 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock Eastern. For 2 more guest NPC house creators. On Thursday night, the wonderful, fabulous Arvandis is going to come and help me build another house. I'm looking very much forward to that. And then on Friday, the wonderful, fabulous Cypher of Tyr is going to come help me build an NPC house, which I think will be a lot of fun. Also, I'm going to say it just because she's not here and I can do it, and I feel like it is important to say that if you saw the announcement that popped up last night or early this morning, Green Ronin Press is now officially going to be the distributor for Into the Motherlands, so yay for them. Lots of snaps for them. That should be really great. Be on the lookout for that. Hashtag totally not sponsored, hashtag in no way affiliated, but I want to give them a shout out for that. And then Saturday, 8 p.m. Eastern, right here for the season finale of our A Song of Agapia's Fortune, our high-level D&D campaign, which is they gonna go fight a lich, y'all, and it's cults and the 2 wraiths and that are kind of affiliated with it. It'll be fine. In a mountain full of dead bodies. Or remains, skeletal remains, I should be more specific. And then Sunday back here again for the series finale of Witcher Roads Home. But if you've missed out on any of this, or if that little blip distracted you, if you've been hanging out and this is the first time you've been here or whatever, hi, thank you for being here. If you want to check out all of the rest of it, it's over on YouTube. And hey, before the series finale, you might want to catch up on all those VODs that you've missed. Very nice, neat playlists all over there. Also, we have merch. It exists. It's over in the merch store. I would also like to point out that there is now a shirt that says, I survived the Lord Math Experience that exists. I would just like to say that that's a thing.
In the world.
It exists in the world. But all of that goes, and the Ko-Fi, if you like what we do here, all of that goes to support the channel, helps with the art, helps to pay for the hardware and the software upgrades and all of these things to keep this running. I appreciate each and every one of you. Yes, a shirt exists. Yes, it does. It does indeed exist. I did indeed make a shirt that says I survived the Lord Math Experience. Unfortunately, nobody is up tonight, so we're gonna go say goodbye and let you all have a beautiful night and not be at all concerned about the possibility of, well, the final outcome of this siege. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.